We've got a few of the members here from the Planning and Zone Commission, a couple more probably on their way. They'll trickle in. But let's get this thing started. This is the Planning and Zoning Commission of New Canaan. Today is August 27th, 2024, the 6 o'clock special meeting for a limited number of applications. This is basically a catch-up session for applications that got bumped or moved from previous meetings. So I'll take roll call. First, we've got a number of commissioners on the Zoom. Myself, Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen, not here yet. John Kriz here, Chris Herring, John Engel, Paul Knag
here.
Great. Alan Swerdlow.
He's absent.
He's absent. Okay. Tom Benton here, Christina Larson
Here.
and Eric Knowles
here.
Great. We have 6 of the commissioners here. We have a quorum. We'll move along. All right. First item on the agenda. This is 111 Cherry Street. Upon application of Brock Sachs, authorized agent for Cherry Center LLC owners for a sign site plan approval of sections 6.3.d.1 to allow for the for a portion located more than 4 feet above the top of the doors or windows on the ground floor of such building, and max area of all signage exceeds 25 square feet per lot. Total square footage of all signs, if new NCCF sign is approved, would be approximately 45 square feet. Total sign area in the building that is total sign area in a building that is 10,500 square feet with 6 ground floor tenants and 4 second floor tenants, not including directory signs in the business A zone at 111 Cherry Street, map T, block 76, lot 638. Applicants, who's representing? Please come up to the podium come up to the podium, state your name and affiliation with the application.
Hello.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Christopher Shipper. Good evening. My name is Christopher Shipper. I am here as vice chair of the New Canaan Community Foundation and working with Brock Sachs requesting signage. That's
Why do we need a bigger sign?
any signage at all. And we are the second floor occupant of the building. And just for a little background, we work with over 150 volunteers a year on our various investment reviews or community investment reviews. We have a staff of 5. We have over 750 donors. And we feel having a little bit of awareness would be very advantageous for us since we're on the second floor of a building fronting on the street. And in particular, we recognize about 750 new families have come to New Canaan who we'd like to raise awareness with as well.
And placing the sign to the left of window like the other tenant did there, where Cherry Center is located on the left side of the window, similar height, that wouldn't work?
I don't know if that would work as well. I thought we just thought the symmetry of placing it in the arch would make sense. And also we didn't want to be placed over, I think you have another tenant, correct, in that location. That would be above the you'd stack that sign above the, I guess it's a wine store.
Yes.
Distributor.
You would still need approval for the square footage, regardless of the location.
The square footage total right now, that's going to be, so they're adding approximately 20 square feet.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
No, not at all. You've got a sign that's, how do we get from, is the current sign allotment area larger than the 25 square feet?
Yes.
It is.
I think it's closer to 35.
Got it.
But the regs don't provide for a multi-tenanted building that is of this size. So the language in the regs don't take into account a situation like this where you have a multi-tenanted building with 6 ground floor tenant signs, et cetera. Building over 10,000 square feet.
And it's a non-illuminated fixed sign.
Correct. We have street lights from Eversource CLMP that light up the area.
Commissioners, any questions?
Could just be clear on exactly where in this picture the sign would go.
Sure, it's above the window. There's 3, above the 3
There it
windows
is.
there.
Okay, now I see it.
So we looked at what Dan was speaking about, trying to make it symmetrical with the sign over the yogurt store, but then we thought that might, upset or confuse customers of the wine store. DB Fine Wines is to the left. So this kind of just, as Chris said, is in the archway above the windows.
And your office is on the second floor?
Their offices are, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Tom Benton here. Obviously, some are more consumer-facing storefronts versus more of a community involvement. Is there a reason why it's not a placard on the next to the door like you see in a lot of buildings? It's
We
more
do,
multi-tenant space.
we do have a directory sign that does indicate they are on the second floor, but as Chris stated, they have many constituents that do not know where the directory sign is and do not realize that the community foundation is on the second floor of 111 Cherry Street. So this is meant to kind of engage with the community and bring more visibility to the community foundation.
And do you have a lot of residents that go into that space, or is it mostly just your day-to-day staff?
We do. We have a community investment project that we run every year with 120 volunteers who we bring into the office for training. We also have several events where we have large committees that organized our annual luncheon, which we use to raise money as well. So we have fundraising committees, capital campaign committees, and we always bring in volunteers. We also have a 22-person board in this location as well.
Okay.
Commissioners, anything further? No? I would only request on just a minor housekeeping thing. In addition to the dimensions of the sign, if you could just add the area of the sign.
Sure.
That you don't have to do the calculation now, but just for the record for the final application.
Will do.
Okay.
You can vote now.
Sorry,
You can vote now if you're ready.
but this is a public hearing, right? It's not.
No public comment.
All right. Commissioners, if anything further, do I hear a motion on this one?
Commissioner Chris, I move we approve the sign application. Reasons is that I think it is reasonably innocuous. It will not be illuminated. I think it's well placed, and I think it will be supportive of the community by alerting people to an important charity in our town.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any other conditions?
Nope.
Nope. Call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Paul Ag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Christina Larson. Christina Larson
Yes.
and Eric Knowles.
Yes.
And just for the record, Mr. Benton, Ms. Larson, and Mr. Knowles, you're all seated tonight since we are low on regular members. You passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 93 Elm Street. Upon application of Javier Santoro, authorized agent for Town of New Canaan owners for a site plan approval of section 6.3.d.2 to allow an installation of a sign in the retail AA zone at 93 Elm Map T, block 93, lot 811. Just come up to the podium, state your name.
Sorry to interrupt. I will also be representing. Nick Howard was supposed to be there, but unfortunately got caught up. So I will be the voice of somebody in the background.
Okay.
All right. Hi, my name is Javier. I'm the pad manager from Cinema Lab and the Playhouse. We just, as everyone know, we just opened like 2 months, exactly today, 2 months ago. And we just here to ask for a small request to put a sign, because after being for 2 months, there's still a lot of people don't know that we open for business. So that's where we think there, little sign right there, it will like bring more people into our business.
May I add, or do I just need to? Sorry,
No.
I'm Luke Parker
Yeah,
Bowles.
just-
I'm the
Just state your
CEO.
name, please.
Luke Parker Bowles, CEO of Cinema Lab, and of Playhouse Lab LLC.
Sure.
So,
You can add.
yes, so the you know, the Playhouse is has many strings in its bow. I think that's the wrong expression, but I have nothing better. And at the moment, I think there have been various misconceptions. One misconception is that the whole place is a private club, which is obviously not the case. The second is that there is a pub. That's not a misconception, that's a conception, but no one knows really how to get there. We also have construction, which Tiger Man and his team will be addressing in October on the ground. So people can't really tell because it looks a little bit messy. And we feel that this goes with the vibe and is not offensive. The reason we call this the pub, for anyone who cares, is that we're not a bar. We do not do shots. We let people nurture their beers, and the feeling should reflect that. And we believe that this sign is reflective of our mandate, which is safe, cozy, and comfortable. So I would ask that the board would consider this. It will only be lit by the streetlights, but it will identify where the pub is. And also, obviously, as a public-private industry, we want to be able to pay our rent back to you and continue to do that. And obviously, anything that helps to keep the business going would be in everyone's mutual benefit.
Thank you. Is there any reason this needs to be a projecting hanging sign and it couldn't be a sign directly on the fascia above the front door of the pub?
That's exactly where we're gonna put literally in front of the pad. The door would open the pad. That's exactly above the door is where it's gonna go.
No, I understand that, but do we allow hanging signs, projecting hanging signs like this?
That's why they need a signed site plan.
Yeah, so
Sorry to interrupt. We were told that we couldn't, we actually had initially at great expense, a gilder who was going to gild the windows. And we were told that that was not allowed since it is your building, but that we could apply for this kind of sign. And so our lawyers advised us that this was to code. So hence our designers have presented this to you today, this evening.
They also, so in addition to the way the sign is fashioned to the building, we only permit signs with 2 lines of text maximum, and with the orientation of the word pub, that's, 4 lines of text total, and we typically don't allow images on our signs. So it's not only the way it's fastened, it's, the whole sign essentially that needs the site plan approval.
But to Dan's point, most of the signs we have in town are on, I don't know the architectural term.
Fascia.
The fascia, the sign, I call it the signboard above the door. And I guess my question, Dan's question, which is now also my question, is why is that not an option that's being considered here?
Flat against the building.
We're more than happy to do that. We were advised that that was not a viable through Bill Ostman and through Tiger Man and through various others, that was not a feasible or allowed way of doing it. Obviously, we spent a lot of money with our designers to adapt. But if that is something you would like us to come back to you with, that's fine. I think this is more conducive to a pub. But at the same time, rules are rules, and we just want to be friends with the town of New Canaan.
Commissioner, sorry, go ahead. This is Commissioner Chris. I think the hanging sign like this are similar to what I see in most any British pub. So it's that sort of vibe that I'm picking
I
up.
find this very attractive. I don't have an issue with it per se, other than it just isn't consistent with what we've normally done.
I think
Understood.
approving the sign would set any sort of precedent one way or the other, you know, it's just.
I remember
it's a
back,
case like this.
I remember a number of years ago, we've had at least one sign. It was on by a door and it was hanging out like an arm and then had chains. And the issue was we don't want to swing and hit somebody. So we want to know it was proper height so it wouldn't hit someone if it were a windy day. But beyond that, I don't see that being a safety issue given the height of this. So the issue of, Ms. Carey, the issue of having the, call it the theater symbol with the beer is doable as long as we approve it.
Correct, the sign is permissible if the commission approves it. Administratively be approved by myself or Stephen.
Thank you.
So was there, to Commissioner Benton here, was there consideration to a smaller sign, 3 feet in height? Seems to be pretty large considering what you have in the front of the Playhouse, which that's actually even probably taller than what you have advertising the movies.
So we're trying like with different signs, probably like even like on the floor in front of the entrance from the Playhouse, try to guide people right there. But so, again, some people still thinking that we're like a private plot and like, oh, we're not open to the public. We just want to, you know, welcome more people into the business and serve more food and more drinks.
So just a couple thoughts here. Obviously, to stay consistent with all the pubs, bars, restaurants, none of them extrude out. They're all on the face, which would be more consistent to the street. 2, I noticed in the drawing, which is different than what you have in the building, you actually have 2 speakers on the outside of the building, which I'm not sure are those new, because I don't think that's not part of your application here is to.
No, those have already been there. Yeah.
Is that?
The speaker? No,
The speakers were approved in the original plans. So if you look back to the original building of the Playhouse, they were put in. So I apologize that they weren't included in this drawing, but we were told it was not necessary.
I would like to check on that only because I received emails, which I'll forward to you on the speakers. So I just, the whole vibe, I think, I mean, the inside is great, but if this is going to set a precedent where all the local pubs are setting up outside signs, I think that would change the street.
It would.
I agree. If I may just say 2 other things. First of all, there are no other pubs in town. There are bars, there are restaurants. This is a 100-year-old building. And I think we've been respectful in having a design that is reflective of that heritage. And I'm absolutely happy to look at it again, but at the same time, as a business that needs its pub as much as it needs its movie theater and as much as it needs all its other bits, we will turn around whatever you need us to turn around as quickly as possible. But this is something we need to address very quickly.
What is the allowable square footage of the sign they can have?
So the rule across New Canaan is you get 25 square feet of signage for any parcel of land in a commercial zone. That's just the flat rule. Total. You know, the Playhouse does have unique signage, you know, they have that hanging sign already, which predates, I think, any zoning, when that was first put up. So I don't even know the square footage of that.
But
Probably
that is
25
so,
square feet.
so that is also subject to change because one of the vendors who was putting the building together reversed a concrete mixer into the sign. Hence why there is no sign there right now, because it dropped. And as a result, we don't expect to get that back for a few months.
That's too bad.
That's the Playhouse sign you're referring to.
Playhouse sign 100 years old.
Ouch.
So as you can imagine right now, it's hard enough. We're putting out, which I think is more of an eyesore, frankly, sandwich boards to advertise things with chalk on them. I think that is taking away from, frankly, hundreds of thousands of dollars of branding and making sure that we honor the 100-year-old tradition. So again, knowing that we don't even have the Playhouse sign, right now, aside from having something written as the Playhouse there, you know, there's no show times. We have to write them on a board. It's after all of the investment from every area. It seems to me that this is probably a disappointing outcome. And I think that the pub bit would be an important addition. But again, I defer to your better judgments.
Okay, commissioners, any further thoughts? I guess my only observation is if you've got a signage band above the storefront, why wouldn't you take advantage of it just like every other store in town? It would give you better visibility. You probably have a larger sign, larger area that you could fit that into. We can't have the masks and beer logo, and we don't allow logos or icons of that nature on signage. So it would just have to be the words, the pub.
We will remove those immediately.
But you have a great opportunity. You could do dimensional letters that are gilded in gold that say the pub in that signage band. Very, very British looking.
No.
You know, there's lots of options. I don't think we should be adding flag signs to the repertoire in town.
You guys are the boss. I do disagree because I think a pub, I mean, I could show many, many examples. And I think if anyone's been to the UK or to Ireland or anywhere, they're not
Fully aware of it.
the pub strapped onto the front of a building. Sort of feels hokey and Epcot-y, if I'm to be honest. And I think having a nice thin sign that you go past makes it feel, and indeed is, more authentic. But again, I'm not going to flog a dead horse. You guys have your rules, you have what you need to do. I would not be happy as somebody who has worked very, very hard to make sure that we are respecting the 100-year-old history of this, but also the branding that we've gone through to make sure this feels authentic and doesn't feel Disney-fied. Not be having a sign above the door, but finding another way. And I will absolutely hear any other ideas. But you have to appreciate that we came to town to give you something that was altogether different, regardless if you think we had succeeded or not. I don't want to create the Epcot Center. And I'll shut up now.
This Commissioner Canag, You know, my feeling on this is that, you know, we don't, a theater is a unique part of town. It doesn't have to replicate every other part of town because it's unique. And it's very much in our interest to have it succeed. And I think that the sign, perhaps with the changes that were just referenced, you know, should be permitted. I think it would be a positive addition.
And I echo that. I think, you know, if pub is PUB, like the 3 lines, you know, maybe it could go vertical and just be a whole lot smaller, and maybe it's black and, you know, just a subset of the overall building. So, you know, we don't run into problems with other signage on other restaurants or bars, but this is like part of the Playhouse and like a little subset where maybe if it's just vertical and says the pub with simple letters and like I say, just smaller by the doorway, maybe that could be attractive. And I like the idea of it being on the bar. I don't find it offensive if we can make it like unique to that building.
So you're in support of it as submitted?
I am, well, not as submitted. I think if it checks off more of our boxes, like if pub is 3 letters, I mean, 3 lines being vertical, maybe it goes horizontal and just says the pub, so that it like works into more of our requirements better. And so it is 1 line. And, you know, it's much, I am supportive of it if it is smaller and just feels like it's, you know, a separate entrance to that main building. And then I don't think it would be an issue for other people to do the same, need to do the same thing.
And we would lose the logos and the pint of beer.
Yes. And if it could just be in black or more, you know, in the colors of the town.
So I don't recommend, whatever way you all go, I don't recommend approving with conditions to redesign. If you can't see what the new sign would be, just deny it. Don't make conditions, just either approve it or deny it.
Yep.
What is the plan for the old movie theater sign? Is that going to be rebuilt and put back as
Yeah.
it was originally?
Yes.
Bill Osterman is working on it at the moment. Obviously, the cement truck owners are paying for it. But right now, we're a little bit bare. But we are told that, and Javier, you can back me up or disagree. I think we've been told 10 to 14 days.
But it will be reinstated in the same design and size of what was previously there.
Correct. It's just gonna be a little bit 10 inches higher because it was too low too.
If we deny this, Sarah, does that mean they have to come back with an entirely new application and pay all the fees and do everything associated with that?
Assuming that they are unable to come up with a sign plan that meets our requirements, yes, they would have to come back and it would be a new set of fee, new application.
So we
Okay.
can't leave it open.
I mean, you could leave
They
it
can come back
open.
next month
We would
with-
have to double check the dates because it is a site plan. So if you don't act within 65 days, it is automatically approved. I do believe you should have enough time.
They could come back next month with a revised version.
Yep, so you could. you could do
Yeah,
that.
I would rather keep it open if we could keep it open so they could come back with a revised, so we could vote then.
Of course, and if there's anyone on the board who we could in advance of that share, whether it's you, Eric, or whoever it may be, as we develop this, so we're not wasting time again and pushing it forward.
So
you should-
what we'll do is the commissioners send comments to me and then I'll review it.
Okay,
You should
sorry, Sarah, I wasn't.
Resubmit to Sarah for record and for comment.
Yep. Guys, thank you. I realize we're just trying to do what we promised we do. So I appreciate you understanding that. Christina particularly, and I just your name is P. Knag on there, sir. So I can't.
Paul is my name.
Paul, thank you. You know, the goal is not to be big flashing lights in Broadway. The goal is just to be the Playhouse. So we will get on it. We will have a design, and we sincerely appreciate your support.
Great, thank you. Do we have to go into executive session? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Do we have to vote or something?
So you'll have to vote to enter executive session, and then everyone on Zoom who's not part of the Planning and Zoning Commission or legal counsel, you have to leave the meeting now, or I will be removing you from the meeting.
Okay. Do I have a motion to move into executive session?
I'll move to move.
Second,
I'll second. John Chris seconds.
we'll take a unanimous. Do I see a show of hands to move into executive session? Aye,
So moved.
Aye.
so moved.
Okay, I just have to remove the handful.
Okay.
And then everyone shut off your mics.
I'll have a name plaque on one of the seats for you. Thank you.
Okay. So I will get everyone else.
Mr.
We have a lot
Frangio.
on Zoom.
Should we continue where we left off with 107 Main Street?
So I would just vote to move 107 to the 7 PM agenda and then start the 7 o'clock meeting. So we're all good to continue.
Sorry?
You can go.
You
whenever
good?
you're ready.
All right, everyone. Before we get the regular meeting, 7 o'clock meeting going, I would like to take a moment just to let everyone know that Art Casavant and Kent Turner have resigned from the Planning and Zoning Commission. They will be replaced with 2 of the alternates, and then we will supplement the alternates with a new round of alternates. Both of them, one is moving, one left for different reasons, so they each had their own personal reasons for leaving, but they've officially resigned. So. Okay. Sorry, I thought I was on the mic. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to thank Art Casavant and Kent Turner for their many years of dedication to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They've decided to step down and resign. We will be replacing them with some of our alternate members in the coming month or two. But I did want to extend our gratitude out to both of them. They might be listening in Zoom world tonight. They were both been a pivotal part of the commission for many years. Kent was on for 22 years, I think, something like that. And Art was on for 7 or 8, something like that.
Yeah.
So sad to see them go, but we will move on with new commission members. So we'll start our 7 o'clock meeting. I would like to first just take a quick vote to move from the 6 o'clock special meeting, the 107 Main Street application, to the 7 o'clock meeting. Just a simple vote. Do I hear a motion to move that into the 7 o'clock? Do I have a second?
Second.
Show of hands among commissioners to move it in. We have a unanimous. So 107 moves into the top of the list for the 7 o'clock meeting.
For attendance purposes, John Engel just arrived, just so you know.
He's on.
Zoom.
Okay. Mr. Engel, how are you?
He's muted, but he said he was good.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm good now.
We'll take agenda here, roll call. Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen,
Here.
John Chris. Here. Chris Herring. Out, John Engel here.
Here.
Paul Knag,
Here.
Tom Benton,
Here.
Christina Larson,
Here,
and Eric Knowles.
Here.
Okay, and again, given there's a couple of commission members, or a few commission members, regular commission members not present tonight. All three alternates are seated for this particular evening's applications. All right, 7 o'clock meeting of the New Canaan Planning and Zoning Commission, regular meeting. We have first on the agenda list is 107 Main Street. Upon application of David Rucci, Lampert, Tui, and Rucci LLC, authorized agent for Reed Ianazzo, owner for the site plan approval pursuant to section 4.2.9 to allow service use on the second floor in the retail A zone at 107 Main Street, map T, block 43, lot 828. Mr. Rucci.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. David Rucci, Lampertu and Rucci in New Canaan. This evening, I'm representing the owners, the applicant, and actually the proposed tenant for 107-111 Main Street. This is the building that sort of sits next to the ice cream store on Main Street, the Gopher ice cream store. And then it used to be like the Wave was on the first floor. I can't remember who's on the first floor now. And then this is for the second floor of that particular building. And essentially what we want to do is just put a service establishment on the second floor. In this particular case, it's going to be a Fred Astaire dance studio, ballroom dance. I do have, I think Amy Shira, who is the proposed tenant, is on Zoom if you have particular questions for her. Here's sort of a picture of the front of the building. Let me put this on slideshow, sorry. So this is the second floor, and you can see the top floor is what's for lease. I think if you remember in the past, the second floor has had on it some retail in the past. I know at one point Gridiron Capital was in there a long, long time ago. So it's had both commercial and retail on the second floor in the past. This is just the side of that building where the ice cream store is. So there's no windows or anything on that second floor facing it. Once again, they're going to be providing ballroom instructions. There is a small retail component with it. We'll just sell some dancewear, some costumes, dancing shoes, etc. How's it going to work? Well, 12 to 9 is essentially the hours of operation. During the day, there's only individual instruction, and they're about 45 minutes. In the evening, they'll have some group classes in and around 7:30, and on the weekend, there may be some classes by appointment only. Here's a picture of the space itself. I mean, this is going to be sort of the main area here. They have some bathrooms. They have a secondary place here, and an office that they can use as well. Right now, there's 2 instructors that are going to be running this particular business for Fred Astaire and Fred Astaire. This is just a little bit of history on it. There are about 250 studios across the United States. This is the 5th one that's going to be in Fairfield County. As I said, Amy Shirez is going to be running it. She was one of the instructors at the Norwalk location. They're very excited to be here and use this particular space. Signage has not been discussed yet, so that will be something that may come back to you at a later date. And I'm happy to answer any other questions, or Amy can answer questions if she's on, as far as, oh, we lost her? Okay. I saw her on earlier at 6. And it's really pretty straightforward. I mean, there are other studios that are on second floors now, like Bar Method on Elm Street is on the second floor. Down on 4th Street, you have the studio, the acting studio, and then you also have, I think, New England Dance Academy, I think, has both floors up there. So it's not unusual use for a second floor. And with, some of our commercial spaces on the second floor aren't as popular. This is, I think, a good use for this particular zone in the retail A zone. And I think it'll be, it's not going to negatively affect anybody or any of the other businesses in the area.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question.
Mhm.
Potential noise issues from dancing, including maybe tap, other sorts. There is a retail tenant below, going to be during the, business day. Could you share any?
Yeah, I mean, as far as
anything
I
with this?
know, I'm not representing the tenant herself in her lease negotiations. I had represented the tenant actually on the first floor before the wave. So I know that, that's going to be something that they're going to have to deal with from a noise perspective. This is ballroom dancing, not tap, from what I understand. Obviously, I think if there's going to be an issue with the downstairs tenant, that's going to be a landlord tenant issue per se, more than anything else. But I don't have an answer to that for you right now.
Just to confirm, there's no, the staircase that I was seeing there, there's no changes to the building itself.
Correct. And there's an entrance in the front right next door. There's a glass doorway, which I actually took out of the application pictures. And then there's a exit in the back, I believe, on the back of the building.
Thank you.
I just would highlight the fact that I know it's going to sound kind of funny, but it is a commercial establishment, so you have to be cognizant of all, including ADA regulations. Not that you're going to have ballroom dancing by handicapped people for whatever reason in a wheelchair. But I would defer that to the building department as to what the upgrades they might require in the existing facilities. There's no elevator in the building, so I don't know what they're going to require.
Yeah,
we
that's a
can't
good point.
dictate that, but they might have to talk to them about that.
This is Eric Knowles. So you have no information on kind of what they're doing in terms of flooring and sound attenuation?
I do not.
Okay.
I mean, I can only imagine that would be something between the landlord and the tenant. As far as, their tenancy, whether they're, they have to bring in something from that negotiation. I don't know if there's a different type of flooring they can put on. I mean, I know they have this in other parts of obviously the country, but I can't speak to exactly what they're doing for flooring there.
What are the hours of operation for this particular tenant?
So they have individual instruction during the week. And then at night after 7:30, they have some group lessons. And on the weekend, there's some appointment only instruction. Once again, that's individual. 12 to 9, Monday to Friday.
12 to 9, you said?
Yes. I mean, I think their group classes start at 7:30. So my assumption is they're about an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm. And do we know if the tenant below has been made aware of the use of this tenant above?
I do not know that. I don't have any information on that tenant.
Okay. Commissioners, anything further?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Since we're in public hearing, do we get public input on this one?
You're not in public hearings. so
Oh, still,
You can vote now if desired.
okay. I'll be frank, I'm hesitant on this one just because of the use and the noise implications of the use with a tenant below. I'm just wondering what safeguards we could do with this to make sure that the tenant below is protected as well.
I mean, our regulations don't really speak to noise like that, and I would just, suggest that you look to the regulations and the site plan decision considerations to make your decision. And, as a reminder, the landlord is the same for the downstairs tenant as the upstairs tenant. So is that a neighbor to neighbor dispute that the landlord should be managing, not
Hmm.
the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Fair enough. Okay. If nothing further, do I hear a motion for a vote on this one?
Commissioner Chris, I move we approve the application. The reason stated is that I view this as a reasonably innocuous usage of the building. I think any negative externalities on sound will be manageable by the landlord. And the dance studio will provide opportunities for socialization and cultural enrichment, which I believe are part of our current POCD.
Fair enough. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further comments? Nope. Call to vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag,
Yes.
Tom Benton,
Yes.
Christina Larson,
Yes.
and Eric Knowles.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, that closes out the previous agenda of the prior meeting. We'll move into the published agenda for the 7 o'clock meeting. First item on the agenda is 56 Brooks Road. Upon application of David Rucci, Lampertui Rucci LLC, authorized agent for John W. Harrison, owner, for special permit approval pursuant to section 3.7.e to allow the applicant to exceed coverage by 54 square feet. Is that right? 54 square feet in exchange for encumbering 170 square feet to 18 feet in height or less in the A residence zone at 56 Brooks Road, map J, block 138, lot H74.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself from this application.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yep.
Okay, sorry, let me just get off this screen. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, David Rucci, again, for John and Suzanne Harrison at 56 Brooks Road. This evening, we're here in front of you with 3.7E. We're looking to do a small addition off the back of this property. We're looking for about 51 square feet of coverage. I actually put in here 54 feet of coverage because we were advised that perhaps it might go out a little bit with siding and the like. But if you look at the architectural plans, it'll only show about 51 feet. But the application that I presented and I put in and the surveyor have a 54, square foot addition. The addition itself is about 170 square feet, but what we need is 50 or up to 54 square feet. This is the Harrison's house on Brooks Road. You can see as we come in sort of through the driveway in this area, it's going to end up being in the back of the property, right in this little kind of T area. It's going to come out the back area here, this addition. The addition right now in the back here, there's a small bedroom today. And what they would like to do is sort of expand it and make it eventually their master bedroom. There's also a laundry as well in that particular area. There's going to be some screening already in place. As you can see, it's going to go back into this area and you'll see this big tree sits in that area. Here's a copy of the map itself and the square footage that we're requesting under 3.7E. We are proposing to encumber 170 square feet, although we're only required to do about 105 square feet of this particular addition. If you see, this is kind of a little area that's going to get tucked into Here's the existing floor plan where you can see the guest bedroom, a bathroom that sits there, and then they're going to eventually be coming back out into this little area right here. This is once again showing the actual area of 108 square feet that we're required to do, but we are encumbering 170 square feet of this particular building, the second floor of it. This is the way it's going to sort of come about. Everything's going to be pushed out the back to add this guest bedroom and a linen closet and expand the footprint for this particular bedroom, master bedroom. This is what it looks like today. Here's how sort of how the addition's going to sit in this back little corner here in the T. Once again, this is just showing an existing on the top and then the smaller purple highlighted area below. Views from the south, so looking backwards from where this addition is going to be, you can see it's very heavily screened in this particular area. You really can't see the rear neighbor at all. This is looking out towards the neighbor to the west. So the addition will be sort of here, and you'll be looking this way towards this particular house. And then this is sort of where it gets tucked in this little area. And this tree is going to provide some screening already for the property in this particular, where we're going to put this addition. It's only going to go about 14.5 feet up this building, the wall that exists there today. So this is the north view coming back. And we believe that, we submitted that this application is consistent with the special permit criteria. There's going to be no change to the property as far as it being a single family use. There's going to be no change to the property as far as any sort of access ways are going to be concerned. And it's consistent with, allowing for more first floor living by allowing it with a footprint to be expanded in the rear of this home. And it's not going closer to anybody else. The building's not going closer to anyone else, and it's just going to kind of fit into this particular area. I don't have much more to add here, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And John Harrison's here as well if you have any questions for the applicant. And his son's Jack's here, but I don't think Jack wants to speak.
I just have one question on the survey calculations. I understand the 170 square foot addition number and encumbering that amount, right? The existing building coverage, I'm looking at this, that page. So looking at existing building coverage 2475, which with the proposed addition gets you up to 2645.
Yep.
Allowable building coverage based on the lot size. This is, I guess it's RKW that did this.
It's actually Moody and O'Brien.
This is Moody and O'Brien.
It looks like. Oh.
So allowable building coverage is 2595. And then the 85 square feet they're adding to that is what? Because what they're referencing is section 3.7.E, which is the exemption for coverage that you're applying for, but the numbers don't reconcile.
No, they don't. I mean, we're looking for, we have an allowable coverage number of 2595.
That's what I see. Yep.
Right? And our addition is 170 square feet.
Right, so that
That
brings
gives
you up to 2645, so that you
2645.
you need an additional 50 square feet ballpark.
Right, which is what we've asked for.
Right.
The 50 square feet, that looks like it's just a calculation error. I think that the existing proposed and total building coverage is right. The allowable building coverage though should be 2595.
Correct. Okay.
I'll have to get that corrected. I'm sorry I didn't pick that up. I wasn't looking at that part of it.
They should just, just correct it for the
Yeah,
record. That's
for
all.
sure. Yeah.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Rucci?
No.
It's not clear to me, maybe I just missed it. It's not clear to me which part is being encumbered down to 18 feet or less.
Mr. Engel, it's this rear part. It's actually the new construction that they're adding. So it's the piece in the back here it's 170 square feet, and that in the entire, above that entire addition is being encumbered.
If you go to the floor plan, it might be clearer. Right there.
Right. Although to be clear, the purple actually is only 108 feet they're showing here when it's supposed to be 170. Because he was supposed to say, we're only supposed to, the way the architect did it was he was saying, well, we only have to do 108 square feet. But we're doing the entire thing when he highlighted it.
Damn architects.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
I know why he did it. I know why he did it.
Okay.
But it is clear 170 square feet, and that's what the application also, the narrative also references.
Okay. Oh, 108 feet is required to be encumbered.
Correct.
I see how
So that's what he put on there, just to show that's what it was. And then I told him to just do the entire thing in this purple on the back here to show it's the entire thing that's being encumbered, not just the 108 feet.
Got it. Okay. Commissioners, anything further?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rucci.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone from the public for this one? Any comments? No, no one on Zoom world? Okay, this application is closed. Thank you. Next application is 45 Oak Street. Upon application of Rob Frangione, Frangione Engineering LLC, authorized agent for Jonathan C. and Juliana Maggio, owners for a special permit approval pursuant to sections 6.5.b.4 to allow construction of a 6-foot-high retaining wall in the rear yard in the B residence zone at 45 Oak Street, block 61, lot 963.
Good evening. For the record, Rob Frangione, Frangione Engineering. We're here tonight for a special permit for a 6-foot-high retaining wall in the rear yard. They're allowed 4-foot wall as of right. 6-foot wall is allowed per special permit. The existing rear yard's very steep and it's practically unusable. It slopes about 16 feet and 100 feet, so that's about a 16% slope. When I was digging test holes in the winter for stormwater design, the machine kept sliding down the hill, and I actually slipped a few times going down the hill. When the house was built in '96, a 7-foot wall was built along the property line to hold up the driveway. Back then, you were allowed to do that. The new wall, which is shown here, will be 8 feet off the property line in accordance with the current regulations. Reinforced concrete wall will have a stone veneer at the top and will be completely screened by a row of 7 to 8 foot tall green giant arborvitae and hornbeam, so that the hornbeam kind of fills in where the fat part of the arborvitae kind of taper, so until they grow. That planting plan was prepared by John DeFeo, licensed landscape architect. He couldn't be here tonight, he's on vacation. I spoke with Karen Feener, who is the owner of 853 Oak Street, which is the property to the left. If you're facing the house from the street, it's the property to the left. It's the one most affected by this because this goes right up against her property line. Her concern was that the wall be screened so that she doesn't really see it. I sent her the plans. I explained the plans to her and how we're doing this robust planting plan. And she seems satisfied. I have not heard back since. That was on August 19th. In our project narrative, I explain how we comply with all the special permit criteria. So there's no need to regurgitate that. I know you have some big ticket items at the end of the meeting. And so we just request special permit be granted tonight so they can get going with the rear yard work before the winter and hopefully get those trees in late fall. Again, the special permit is for the wall. Everything else you see on this plan was part of a building permit application. That's all as of right.
You said the wall along the driveway is 7 feet?
Yes, so this wall right here, I'm gonna see if I can share a different screen. This is a picture of the wall from the back. You can kind of see there's that existing wall. That's right along the property line there. So this new wall will come in here and it'll step down a little bit and then project out into the backyard. But you can see that the neighbors got trees on their property. There's a fence there. We're going to screen it. It's only a 6-foot wall with 7 to 8 foot arborvitae. It'll be screened.
And you don't have any sketches of what it would look like from that neighbor's property with the 6-foot wall?
No, all I have really is just the planting plan. I mean, if you imagine, so if you look at what I don't know if I'm doing that. Hold on. Let me share this again. So from the neighbors, trying to hide this over here. Okay, so from the neighbor's side, what they're going to see, so here's the arborvitae. Now imagine this hornbeam filling in between the peaks of the arborvitae. So yes, for a brief time, you'll probably be able to see a little bit of the wall, but as this stuff fills in, you won't even notice
And
it
the other question I had was, I read Maria's memo and it sounds like she wants you to meet the newest drainage policy. And I wanted to know how or if you're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, so I mean, part of me wants to say, wait a minute, you're putting new rules in after we submit. But the good news is, with this new drainage policy, basically what it does is the water quality volume, we used to treat 1 inch, now it's treating 1.3 inches. And the Cultec units that I have in there are big enough to handle the 1.3 inches for the water quality volume. The rest of it comes down to flow rates. And we can throttle the flows down with outlet control structures. I can throw some more Cultecs in there. Let me share a different screen. Whoops. I keep forgetting what you guys can see and what I can't. See if my site plan comes up. There it is. Okay. So we have Cultecs on this side of the pool, and we have Cultecs on this side of the pool. Worst case scenario, to comply with the updated drainage policy, we can just tack another Cultec in and probably tack another Cultec in. It's not crazy. So
you're feeling confident that
yes,
with the right design, you can meet it. Last question. In your memo, you said that the appearance of the walls will be in harmony with other rear yards in the neighborhood. Are there other properties in the neighborhood with
thought I saw some
retaining wall?
It was basically, I know I've seen other properties with retaining walls and backyards in New Canaan. I mean, I know on Harrison, I've done a job where this was years ago where we had 2 6-foot tiered walls. So it's, when I wrote that line, that's what I had in mind. And Harrison's right around the corner from this. So
is there a reason that it couldn't be tiered with a 2 3-foot walls?
It could. We could go with a 4-foot wall and then go back 2 feet and go up another 2 feet. However, what that's going to do is then put this, so this wall here is it's all 6 feet until you get to about here. We then would not be able to put the Cultecs where they are because we'd have a retaining wall. We'd have those Cultecs right up against the retaining wall. I wanted to give a little bit of space behind the wall so we don't have hydrostatic pressure buildup. Same thing with this wall here that runs parallel to the left property line. We'd have a nice little gentle slope of some lawn here. If we were to go 4 feet and then come 2 feet back and go with a 2-foot wall, it's just eating up more yard. Again, the special permit criteria allow this to happen as a 6-foot wall. I just think this is the best use of the back property with a 6-foot wall as opposed to the 2-tiered walls.
And can you go back to the image of the existing wall that you had looking at the backyard area?
I'll try, bear with me.
Yeah, can you zoom in?
Mhm.
So that looks like a fieldstone wall,
Yeah.
existing fieldstone retaining wall, right?
Yes.
Is there any reason the new retaining wall can't be fieldstone as well?
Again, it's a structural wall. We've got a pool behind it. We do have a fieldstone facade on the top of it. So, you know, when basically if you imagine that the trees are down here on the new wall, imagine if this were the new wall, you'd have the trees here screening it and you would see the fieldstone at the top. That's what the wall architectural plans show, is a fieldstone facade on the top.
How many feet at the top is fieldstone for
That's a
the,
great question. I can hopefully answer that.
because I could look, but I didn't see that on the drawing.
Give me a sec.
Oh, you look, so the neighbors would see the blocks, the homeowners would see the top fieldstone.
If you were looking down at the top, you'd see it. The neighbors would see the band at the top. Hold on. Oh no, I'm still sharing that. Hold on. I pulled up the drawing.
So it'd be the
Not too many
top,
windows open.
top 12 inches.
Yes.
No,
it
actually
appears to
less,
be.
top 6 inches. Looks like the top 12 inches is on the pool side.
This is the retaining wall plan. And they're basically showing, 96, that's the wall along the property line. There's the fieldstone there. My client has told me that as a backup option, we could do a fieldstone facade, but his feeling is if we're gonna be planting so much in front of it, 2 rows of trees in front, that's gonna screen the lower portions of this wall. Who are we giving the fieldstone facade to? It's to the back of the trees. So.
Understood.
Commissioner Cruz, I have a question. Capinus patulus, that's your hornbeam?
I'm sorry, what?
Capinus patulus is the Latin name for your hornbeam.
Mhm.
They have a spread about 20 to 30 feet. You don't have any room for it.
The ones that he's showing are very narrow, or not
I've
very
seen
narrow,
around 20
but
to 30 feet, and they tend to be 30 to 40 feet high and about 20 to 30 feet in spread, a big ball. So given the tightness of the space, either they tend to be reasonably low to the ground.
Mhm.
So it's not like you go up and there's the telephone pole effect and then it spreads out, which would then fall into your pool, which you may not be wild about, but it does not seem to, it seems to be a very odd choice. Plus it's a foreign tree, which I'm generally against on principle, but just from a functionality of what you're trying to do, it doesn't seem to me to be a good choice unless there are some dwarf versions of it. But again, it's still a foreign tree. The other tree, the green giant, is fairly common. They tend to be more sort of straight up. I understand you want to kind of mix it a bit, which is maybe the idea, but as far as what you're trying to do, given the amount of space, 6 feet is not a lot.
My client would be happy to take the hornbeams out if the giant arborvitae are going to do the trick. My client said to me, "Listen, I don't want to put a dam right up against my neighbor. He's not deaf to what his neighbors would be seeing, so he does want to screen it." I did talk to the neighbor, and I did say we were going to screen this. So the arborvitae, if that does the trick, then you're right. The hornbeam might just outcompete the arborvitae and not, or just die because they can't live together. So
Hornbeams are reasonably big trees.
Yeah. Okay.
And you don't have a lot of space here. Often street trees,
Mhm.
where you got room to run, you don't have room to run here. Right.
Well, if it
Just
pleases the
functionality,
right.
it's not connecting the dots.
To the commission, we can take them out and just do the arborvitae. Because if you're saying it's not going to work, I mean, I have faith that you're, you have good intentions here, right? You know what I'm trying to say, so.
I totally hear the intentions and, but I think it's just gonna cause more trouble than probably the homeowner wants.
Mhm.
And again, it's gonna start infiltrating neighbors because it's right on the border property lines. So
Mhm.
I have that in my mind too. But you have a wall and you have a tree that wants to keep hitting the wall.
Mhm.
Just anyway, I've said my piece.
Okay.
Commissioners?
This is Commissioner Engel. With regard to horn beams, I planted 6 of them. They're not that big at 15 Richmond Hill. If you want to go see what a nice, tidy, medium-sized horn beam looks like, 6 of them in a row, providing screening. You can go look at that at 15 Richmond Hill. I don't own that anymore, but the new owner doesn't seem to have any trouble maintaining that hedge-like screening with 6 horn beams. What I have difficulty with is that the applicant hasn't really made the case for why he needs a special permit, why a special permit is even a good idea. He just said that in his opinion, a 6-foot retaining wall is a good idea. But I haven't seen any photos, renderings, elevations of this wall. I'm not used to having to make a decision based on a planting plan alone. And I just think that the amount of information that the applicant has provided tonight is woefully incomplete. I think the heart of the matter is a 6-foot retaining wall where the regulations require a 4-foot retaining wall. And I don't think the applicant has made his case. I'm willing to, before we close the hearing, hear some evidence to that, but I haven't heard it yet.
Again, what the regulations allow as of right is a 4-foot wall.
Yes.
A taller retaining wall is allowed by special permit.
Yes.
We have shown in our documents how we've complied with Section 8 of the special permit criteria. We provided a screening plan. This is the, in my professional opinion, best use and best layout for this rear yard. It achieves the town's goals of stormwater management, which again, stormwater management is for the pool and patio, which is not subject for discussion tonight. But if we were to go with a lower wall, that could jeopardize the stormwater treatment plan. So I think the benefit of going with a 2-foot higher tall wall, again, a 6-foot tall wall, I'm 5'7", used to be 5'8", I'm shrinking. It's a little bit taller than me. That's not a very tall wall. And like I said, we used to be able to put a 6-foot wall right on the property line in town. Back in
but not now.
It's regulated. I know, but we're not on the property line. We're 8 feet off. We comply with that section of the regulations. So I think this is an aesthetically pleasing wall. We have the wall plans as part of the building permit application. I think Sarah can back me up that this originally started as a building permit application. Like I said, it complies with the regulations.
This commission has spent a lot of time thinking about and looking at retaining walls and over the last few months. And if you had seen any of our meetings in the last 6 months, you'd know that we are loath to allow retaining walls that are too high if we don't have to. And so I'm going to say again, I'm disappointed that you didn't provide us some of the visuals that would support your argument that this is more aesthetically pleasing.
So
I want to believe you, but you haven't shown us any pictures.
Right. I somewhat anticipated that you may not like the higher wall. My client actually wanted to match the existing wall height, and I told him that might have been a bridge too far. So when we were coming up with design schemes, I said 6 feet, again, 6-foot wall is innocuous. It can be screened. So, originally we wanted to come in with something higher. I have.
Rob,
looked, and I have been-
seven might be the right answer, but you haven't given us an opportunity to see what it would actually look like. That's what I'm amazed that we're having to make a decision based on the visual in front of us now and nothing more.
So given all the walls that have come before you, have you not seen what a 6-foot reinforced concrete retaining wall looks like? It's a reinforced concrete wall. It's concrete. It's got
Mr. Rucci just showed us what an application ought to look like, what we see from the house, what we see from the neighbors.
Just to be clear, they have provided, Mr. Frangione and the applicant, they have provided cross sections through the wall showing the height of the wall. We do have the planting plan showing all the proposed plantings. We do have the full survey with the grading plan showing where that's going. The one thing to your point, Commissioner Engel, is there's no elevations or renderings of the wall. Correct?
So other than the building plans, the wall structural drawings, I mean, those are
Right.
sections and
Right.
I guess renderings. I guess maybe I'm failing to understand the difference of what's missing. We gave wall structural plans. We gave a site plan. We gave a planting plan. We show the wall. We show the wall details. Other than a picture of a reinforced concrete wall, I don't know what else we could have submitted in this application. And a reinforced concrete wall is pretty much commonplace. I'm sorry that I did not provide a picture of a reinforced concrete wall. I would rather not hold this meeting open, but if that's the difference between a denial and an approval, I would rather keep the meeting open.
Mr. Engel or other commissioners, I mean, maybe it's just my familiarity with what's going on here and seeing the cross section through the wall on the structural sheet. I'm comfortable in what I'm seeing, but Mr. Engel, is there something, what additional information are you looking for?
I'm looking for elevations. I'm looking to see what does this look like from the street. I'm looking to understand why a 4-foot wall is better than a 6-foot or even a 7-foot matching the existing wall.
So
and I can't see it.
Well,
and he's just saying, trust me. And he's saying, trust me. And in 7 years, I haven't been of ZBA and 3 years of P&Z. Nobody's ever said, trust me, it looks better. I usually get to see it.
So if I'm correct, you're not going to be able to see from the street, correct? Correct. So the elevation that you're looking for would be from the rear, from the property line, looking back at the wall? Is that what you're looking for?
I just want to clarify, we don't have regulations, particularly in the special permit criteria, requiring that. And also, Commissioner Engel, you should consider within the special permit criteria what exactly you are unable to determine without this drawing to evaluate against the special permit criteria.
We spent a lot of time on the 9-foot retaining wall on Oak Ridge and what impact it would be from the neighbor and how it would look from the neighbor's side. And I think I want to hold the current applicant to the same standard. And in the end, we determined that a reinforced concrete wall was not appropriate for that site, and the applicant heard us and modified his wall. But it was based on the fact that the applicant provided us detailed drawings of what it would look like and how it would be constructed. And that's how we got our understanding. I do not have an understanding of this wall based on the drawings in front of me.
Commissioners, other commissioners, any perspective on this?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Knowles. You know, I'll start by saying I tend to think that the 6-foot height of the wall is modest and appropriate. But I do agree with Commissioner Engel that, you know, an elevation and a rendering would be appropriate. And I look at the special permit criteria BI, the design elements of the proposed development will be attractive and suitable in relation to the site characteristics, the style of other buildings in the immediate area, and the character and desirable development of the area or neighborhood in which the use is proposed to be located. And I think an understanding of what the elevation of this wall looks like and a rendering would help, I think, to understand if that finding has been met.
I would concur, but I'm also looking at it more from the standpoint of it is a concrete wall. There's no facade to it, which I think would be important, even though you're going to put trees there. Neighbors move. That's out of character to most retaining walls if they're going to be visible by the neighbor's side. So I would.
And my client is amenable to putting a fieldstone facade on this wall. His question to me was, if we're going to be doing this dense of a planting plan, what are we screening? And so, my task was to come before the board and try to get the wall approved as a concrete, unfinished or unfaced wall. He's fine with doing that. And what we could do, this is something that he, let me see, I'm going to open up another drawing. Give me a sec. Oops. Come on, computer. So he was amenable, to doing something like this. Veneering this wall, which basically we would just continue this, and what the neighbor would see is, well, this is an older wall that just has basically the moss grew on it, but it would start out like this and eventually it would turn like this. And he can have that go, all the way to the grade with trees in front of it. If it pleases the commission, he would be perfectly fine with that veneer.
Commissioner Chris, I
Basically
always find that fieldstone walls are a typical ancient building code in New England, very consistent with the neighborhood. I don't think anyone complains about fieldstone walls that much generally. Regarding materials, height and dimensions, maybe a different conversation, but I personally would feel more comfortable with a fieldstone wall.
Yes. And
again, I realize from a structural point of view, you want something behind it. I don't care. But if a fieldstone is what's skinned with, I would be more comfortable with it.
And again, so my client sent me these photos, renderings, whatever you want to call it, and said he's fine with putting this on the face of the wall. So.
Okay. That was exactly where I was going with it. And part of my initial questions is, I'd rather not see exposed concrete retaining walls anywhere, quite frankly.
We
went through on Park Street with the view, and I don't want to revisit that. So
we talked about putting ivy on it, and like they did with the view. And I said, well, the only problem is would the ivy outcompete the arborvitae and choke it out? And the answer that I got from John DeFeo, the landscape architect, was yes. So I was like,
I think there's enough options out there with thin stone veneer these days that you can replicate the look of a fieldstone wall on a concrete retaining wall very easily. I think that would be the best solution here.
And
Mr. Engel, given that the applicant is amenable to adding the fieldstone veneer to the wall, do you still have concerns over seeing renderings or elevations?
I'm not going to hold up this applicant because I know what it's like to be held up over a detail like this. Like, what do you, the lack of an elevation. I'm not going to hold it up, but I am going to say to Mr. Fran Jones that I will expect to see a full application, which means renderings and elevations in order to be able to make a decision on any case in the future. But I'm not going to hold you up tonight.
Thank you.
I like the idea of hornbeams and arborvitae And I think and I will vote for this because a 6-foot wall is probably appropriate for the neighborhood. I just wish I had more information.
Okay. Commissioners, anything further on this application?
Commissioner Chris, sorry to beat the topic of trees again, but there are varieties. This thing, I got a dog. Well, what kind of dog do you have? There are varieties, and same even with hornbeam. The pictures I've seen, I've had some experience with this. They naturally tend to be fairly big trees. They can be aggressively pruned effectively and turned into a hedge, which means you got to get there and prune it. And you have a sort of narrow area. So is it doable? Probably yes. But then you're kind of wedging in this small area, trying to prune this, probably have to do professional because you have ladders. It just may be more trouble than it's worth is sort of the point I'm making, even though it maybe it's technically doable to get columnar ones. There may be some particular varieties or sub varieties, but not the ones I've seen. And so I just think from a practicality perspective, I'd probably move with just green giant. I'm okay with that. It's a hassle factor for frankly, the applicant. And if it's not done right, it becomes difficult for the applicant. You get damage perhaps to the wall, it gets into the neighbors, and it becomes one of those things you just assume probably not deal with. This is my point.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yes.
That's my point. It's just maybe easier to do that. Gotcha. That would be my
Can
one.
you pull up that photo again and maybe just let me ask a question because it's the only thing I have that's close to an elevation.
Oh, you mean the
Stone.
veneer one or the photo of the existing wall?
The only photo we've seen of the existing wall. Okay, the wall on the left is owned by the applicant.
Yes, this is the corner of his house. And this is his driveway on the side here. So the new wall is going to project in like this because the property line's out here. So we're going to come in 8 feet. And what we can do is veneer the outside of this wall to closely replicate. I mean, you're obviously not going to match it exactly, but to closely replicate it so that when you see through the arborvitae, you'll at least see what looks like rocks.
And you're filling in the hill that would cover that white pipe.
Yes. So the wall would be like, up here and it would stop about 12 inches down because at this point here, it's a 7-foot wall. So it would be down probably about here. That. So this all gets filled in.
And if that scruffiness, all that scruffiness to the right, all that is going to be cut away, and that's where the arborvitaes and hornbeams are going to be.
Correct.
Okay.
That's on this owner's property or the neighbor's?
That's on our property because the fence, the split rail fence is on the neighbor's property behind it.
Commissioners, anything further on this one?
I just didn't think that the example of the wall, the veneer looked very much like the existing. So I don't know if you have other options, but the one that you showed didn't look a lot like it, but it's nice that it is veneer.
And you can submit images of that veneer application for record, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Chris, I think you can match the stone easily. It has to weather. Okay. That way get solved in time. Right. So I personally don't see an issue with that as long as you pick the right rock.
Right.
Okay. Do we have anyone from the public that likes to speak to this application? This is 45 Oak Street. Anyone on Zoom land that would like to speak to the application? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Application is closed.
Yep. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next one on the agenda is 1102 Owen Oak Ridge. Upon application of Michael Murray, Ivy Barnum and Romero LLC, authorized agent for Stony Brook LLC owners for a special permit approval pursuant to section 6.4.g to allow a disturbance area of approximately 3.3 acres with 700 cubic yards of cut and 2,900 cubic yards of fill in the 4-acre zone at 1102 Owen Oak Ridge, map 34, block 31, lot 5. Looks like we have the whole team here. Please make sure your microphones are on. Just make sure your mic, press the button in the front, says push. Make sure it goes green.
It'll turn green.
Hold it. There you go.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Michael Murray. I'm here on behalf of the applicant for this special permit application. We have our professionals with us tonight as well. And I'll just get right to it unless you have any questions, but we're here for the 6.4G special permit application. We're attempting to extend the topography by creating a berm along an existing ridge using natural grasses. So the plantings will be native to the area. It might be worth pointing out that the property is in a 4-acre zone. We actually merged 2 lots, so our lot is 10 acres. Given what we're doing in light of the fact that we're working within the existing topography and a ridge, there's no change in the flow of water as it exists now. Given the natural grasses and stuff that we're going to use, there won't be really any impact on existing drainage. It's also worth pointing out that this project is part of a new construction for a house. In the materials that we've submitted, there's an extensive drainage plan, which is almost like a catch-all, but it's there. I'm sure you've seen it. And I'm not aware if you've received any objections. I haven't. I did get one phone call from a neighbor in support. That's all that I heard relative to any neighbors. So we're happy to answer any questions you might have relative to the project.
So this, the existing house is being removed in its entirety. And new driveway curb cut is being put in?
Correct.
And then, given the extensive nature of the grading going on here, looks like you're creating ridges and mounds in certain areas, and then cutting and leveling in others. Is that correct?
Say we are, if you want to add in. Sure.
Hi, this is Adam Serini, civil engineer with D'Andrea Surveying and Engineering. There's a variety of grading going on the site to support the grading around the perimeter of the house, also grading for the septic system and for the drainage, and all of that is exempt from the special permit application calculation, you would say. So mainly we're before you because of the grading that supports this berm that is between the house and Oak Ridge.
Okay, so do you have you don't have the presentation up on screen? I'm trying to understand which berm there, because I see multiple berms here as part of the grading plan. There's a peninsula coming out from the south to the north, directly opposite the house. That looks like it's being built up, and there's additional what I'll call island berms to the northeast corner. Is that correct?
Sir, are you able to pull up the elevation? I think it shows a pretty clear picture of it. I apologize.
You want the elevation?
Yes, please. Yes. I think that if you look below it as well, I think it shows it as is. And then the first one, or the initial one, shows the proposed. if you can make that out.
There's only one sheet of elevations, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a cross section showing the house. And then the upper image is proposed.
Correct.
So where's the existing?
Oh, I'm sorry. If there was no berm, that's how it would look. I don't think we submitted we didn't submit an existing elevation because it's all going to be knocked down.
So in essence, you're creating this berm to shield the house from the road and vice
Partially.
versa?
No, not entirely, but partially it will. It'll be a better, we feel a better look for the new house.
So it's aesthetic though. It's not drainage, it's not.
Correct. It is aesthetic, but it doesn't do anything to the existing drainage.
And what is going to happen to all the mature trees on the property?
Do you know that? Is it a clear cut? Sure.
Hi, Corey Jorgensen with Wesley Stout Associates. We're the landscape architects on the project. So there are a number of mature trees that will be coming down, but we've made an effort to preserve kind of the most important trees. There's some oaks in the front yard that we're trying to preserve, and that's part of the reason why the berming is a little sporadic. Sporadic is not the right word, but we're trying to miss some trees. On top of that, we put an importance on replacing the trees that are there that we're removing. A lot of the trees there, unfortunately, they've just been unkept through the years and they're just not in great shape. But the ones that are in good shape, we're making an effort to keep. A lot of them are also old white pines. I don't know if you guys have experience with old white pines, but they're just really a hazard. And they've reached that level where they're very top heavy. So to preserve kind of the safety for our client and anybody else around the property, we're really looking to remove a lot of those. We've also made an effort to really focus on replacing what trees are there with natives as much as we can. The clients have had some requests for some cherry trees and things like that for their aesthetic, but generally we've been trying to keep within an aesthetic of using natives to replace anything that we're removing.
Commissioner Chris, I would agree with you on the white pines that tend to break off at the top. And you get a telephone pole effect. Once they get very mature, often used as a picket line, but they sort of reach a point. So I would not disagree with your statement.
Unfortunately, with the storms we've been having, you've seen them, the top
Yeah,
third or two-thirds break.
in certain respects, I'm very pleased with some of the choices made, particularly some of the wildflowers, which are not often planted, such as milkweed, which is very important for monarchs. Basically, that's all they live on. So, and some others are very good. Some of the, like the cherry is Asian cherry. And sorry, it's very small print, but I got to get my magnifier for that. The other one is the green spire. Replacing those in eastern dogwood, classic New England tree is what I would recommend. But many of the other ones I think are very good choices, which I don't see very much. So I'm pleased with that, especially the wildflowers, those like Joe Pye weed and so on. These are very important for pollinators and many other animals. So I'm happy to see that.
Right. So the clients, it was important for the clients to have, they even the lawn that we're showing there, to be frank, is going to be less lawn. They want virtually as little lawn as possible on the site. So the idea of the berm was, to have, kind of to extend this berm, this ridge, to kind of screen the house, but also to provide this meadow, right? This rolling meadow that as you pass down the street, especially that street, it's a little higher speed, but you're not going to notice the house. You're just going to look at this kind of bucolic meadow, right, is the idea. And, they really wanted to experience that. They're not looking for maintenance. They're just looking to come home at the end of the day, and that's what you want to see, right? This romantic landscape. So looking to minimize maintenance, but also give them a sense of some privacy from that busy road. There's also a sound element to that, right? Because the road is quite busy. So you think about the sound coming off the cars all day, into the evening, even around here. So there's some element of sound protection that happens, sight protection, and then just the beauty of seeing this rolling meadow up the front yard.
It might also be worth pointing out, it's the south boundary where that that grade is above what we're proposing here. So it's not out of line relative to the lot.
The existing south boundary is
Correct,
higher.
yes. Yes.
So on the south side, where you have a neighbor that has a pool facing the berm, how many trees are gonna be eliminated on that side?
Well, I think that's the nice thing about it is that side is already high, so we're not bringing in fill. We're actually kind of matching that end of the property and just extending it to the north. So we're not looking to remove trees in that section. And we've been careful, if you look at the planting plan, we've been very careful about selectively planting evergreens in the zones that we know it's beneficial to both properties to screen. So we're looking to, again, remove as little trees as we can, particularly around the edges. And where we've seen some gaps, we've attempted to fill in those gaps as much as possible. And our clients want, like, frankly, they're looking for some privacy too. They don't want to see their neighbor's pool. So we'll be very cognizant of that, and we'll, strategically place these trees on the plan. They're generally in the area, but we'll be cognizant of screening that.
Have you talked to that neighbor on the south side?
No, I have not.
Have they seen the plans other than just a note in their mailbox?
I don't think anything has been presented face to face with them. I think it was just as part of the application. They've been notified that there's an application to do the work.
That is all that's legally required, and we can't hold them to a higher standard than that for neighbor communication.
Understood.
Do you have an approximate count of how many trees are going to be coming down?
I don't have that on me.
And then the flip side, how many trees are going to be planted?
Only thing I will say to that is I don't have this specific count, but I can say that we did a count. And so that's why we proposed the volume of trees that we did propose. So if you look at the screening and some of the other trees that we have put in, really that where we started was based on the volume that we knew was coming out. I think to begin with, it's pretty heavy on the screening. It's pretty heavy on the tree plantings. And the reason is because we knew trees were being removed.
It's just hard to tell from this particular plan which are existing and which are proposed. Help me understand that.
So if you look at the plan, just the plain circles is what I will call them. Those are existing trees to remain.
The ones that have a grayed out image of a tree in them? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. So the grayed out area is from the survey. So that's the survey locates the trees. And so we've kept that, and we've just kind of generically shown a canopy. So if you look at the circles that have the gray area in the middle, you can see, particularly in the back, we're not touching anything in the back, right, toward the back. And that's as the ground falls. And then if you look at along the perimeter, that's where we've made an attempt to really keep as many trees as we can as well. And a couple in the front that we know we want to keep. Again, some of the white pines, there's some other just deteriorated trees that through neglect over the years just really should come down. It's probably more beneficial to add, again, some more native oriented trees. And, but I can't give you a specific count.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I mean, the one concern I would have regarding that is, is the application clear enough so that we can have a judgment on exactly what is happening with the landscape as far as number of trees and other foliage, how big, and exact placement and removal of which trees and which trees remaining. It's a bit of a guesstimate at this point for me, and that is an issue I am wrestling with. So I'll just put that in the record.
That was kind of the basis of my questioning, is trying to understand the plan as it stands right now. to see what's existing, deciduous existing evergreen to remain, which have the, what I'll call the halo around them. Then there's the grayed out images of the trees, for example, that are in the lawn or in the service court or in the arrival court, right? Those are, I assume, to be removed. And then there's the new plantings, which are the darker icons on the drawing. But again, like you, I'm struggling to understand the impact, the overall impact.
The number and placement.
Yeah.
It's still a bit fuzzy to me.
I would just, I just want to remind the commission and the applicant that, you know, should the applicant remove the berm from the proposal, this development plan does not have to go to the commission, and then this information about how many trees are being removed in relation to being able to build the house, that information is not required to receive administrative approval. So, you know, the purview of the commission is really related to the berm, not related to how many trees are you removing to accommodate the arrival court or the single family dwelling. So I just wanted to remind everyone of that.
Okay.
Sarah, I agree with that, but I mean, I guess to support the tree argument, this is a pretty significant, I mean, it says 3.3 acres of disturbance, a pretty significant disturbance of the natural environment, and certainly preserving the natural environment is one of our decision criteria in the special permit, and trees are also part of that. So in sort of weighing this effect on the natural environment, I think knowing what's going on with the trees can kind of offset what we know is going to happen to the soil.
So to answer that a bit, I would say that we're vastly improving the natural environment there. I think that with the addition, right now what's there is it's a massive lawn with some trees in it that have been neglected through the years. What we're putting in is what in my professional opinion, a vast improvement of what's there. We're replacing the massive lawn with a meadow, with natives that will provide the habitat. We're introducing a mixture of deciduous evergreens, again, for habitat. So I think what we're proposing is a vast improvement on the environment. And really
You could do all of that without the berm. Like you could improve the ecological nature of that environment by doing this meadow and all of that without, 3.3 acres, 700 cubic yards of cut and 2,900 cubic yards of fill. Correct.
we could do the environment without the berm.
So that's my point.
But I also think that the reason we're here is for the grading, and I think the purpose of the special permit is relative to erosion, drainage, that sort of, and I get granted trees are a part of that, but I think we might be going a little off what the special permit is before you right now. I think that might have been Sarah's point as well.
Commissioners, any additional questions?
Just one. So with the construction new house, is the fill coming from the property itself, or are you bringing it in?
Taking out 700, bringing in 20.
Some has to be.
Yeah. We are taking out 700 cubic yards of fill and bringing in another 2,900. Some has to be imported.
Give me those numbers once again.
Sure. On the cut, I believe we're taking out, correct me if I'm wrong, 700 cubic yards is going to be removed, and then another 2,900 cubic yards will be brought in.
Okay. So you're taking out and then replacing that?
Correct.
It's not staying on to make the berm?
Correct.
So you're importing clean fill, I assume?
Correct.
And topsoil to put on top of the clean film, clean fill.
Yes. And again, while those numbers may seem high, back to it's a very much of an oversized lot. We're 10 acres in a 4 acre zone. Over 10 acres, actually.
I get that.
Okay. Commissioners, anything further? Okay. Anyone in the public would like to speak to this application? Again, this is for 1102 Owen Oak Ridge. Anyone on Zoom World? Okay. If there are no further questions? Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, just to be clear.
There's no, are we
Yeah,
looking?
I don't care. I just want to make sure that Mr. Chris's request about the trees and stuff doesn't come back in the deliberation and we don't have an answer because we closed the application.
There are some things here that I am less wild about, but the rest is really pretty good. Some is very good.
But do we need to?
I'm willing to live with it. Is
But
the
do we
short
need to-
answer.
If
So
there
you're
are
okay
certain.
I'm okay with it.
You are.
I'm okay with it. I mean, given some of the choices which you rarely see, the direction of travel here is very positive. So don't feel the need to split things down too much.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next application we have in front of us is 928 West Road.
So the application is formally.
This is,
closed.
yes, sorry. The application for 1102 is formally closed.
Gotta say the word. So yes, thank you.
Yes. Next application is 928 West Road. Upon application of Harry Roachville, McCord Engineering Associates Incorporated, authorized agent for 928 West LLC, owners for special permit approval pursuant to section 6.4 and 6.6 to allow for greater than 10,000 square feet of disturbance, greater than 1,000 cubic yards of earthwork, and greater than the threshold of material to be imported into the site. This is considered an after-the-fact request. A large portion of the fill required for the proposal was previously trucked onto the property in the 4-acre zone at 928 West Road, map 28, block 27, lot 4. Who do we have for this one? Zoom? Hi, who on Zoom is for this application?
Good evening, Commissioners. Harry Roachville, professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, representing 928 West Road LLC. Just bear with me for a second. I will share my screen and walk you through our project here. You see the existing condition survey in front of you on your screens there?
Not yet.
It's loading.
Okay.
If you want to try again, it just says that you've shared your screen, but we can't see anything.
Sure. How about now? It looks like it's going through on my end.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. So the subject property here is 928 West Road. It is located on the west side of West Road, which is here. It's approximately a 6.5 acre property. It's currently it's developed with a single family residence and a couple accessory structures you'll see here and here with a short driveway off of West Road to the garage side of the residence here. If any of you commissioners have been to the site, you will see that it's been unkept for quite some time. Before the fill was brought in, and the reason for the fill is there's a low spot in the center of the property that's quite large. That's about 8 feet below West Road. In the idea of our development was one to develop this property with a single family residence, typical in New Canaan, 6 to 7 bedroom residence with driveway access and accessory structures. But to do that, we wanted to develop the property in a way where we could properly manage the stormwater runoff to drain away from the property, to be able to capture it and convey it to stormwater management systems that adhere to the town's new stormwater policy, which we have done and have been coordinating with Maria, the town engineer. Excuse me, I should probably go to the proposed plan here. Sorry about that. Here's the bedroom, 7-bedroom rentals I was talking about. And you'll see what we're proposing is to come up with a driveway off of West Road, swing around to a garage side access here. The property is served by septic system and a private well, so we are proposing a septic system here. We did soil testing with the health department to confirm that the soils over there were suitable. As I had mentioned, and sorry, I sort of went out of order there. The low spot of the property is here in here. So currently all stormwater is essentially contained on site. So the challenge of this development was to develop it in such a way that we sort of mimic those conditions while also developing it in a way where we can capture this stormwater while also, not putting the new house at risk of runoff draining to it. So the way that we did that was raise the center of the property, pitch away from the house to 2 detention basins shown here and here. And these are sized for the 100-year storm that meet the town's new drainage policy. It allows us to capture essentially all the runoff that you're seeing in the middle of the property, which ends up being our sort of a disturbance that we are applying for, the 4.5 acres, and keep all that runoff on site while not discharging any increase in runoff to the neighbors. Because as I said, currently it all sort of sits in that low spot. So we sort of had to come up with a way to develop this property in a way that makes sense for new single family development while also maintaining those unique conditions where all runoff essentially stays on site. And we have shown that in our stormwater management report, which the town engineer has no objection to. So as I mentioned, sort of the reason for the amount of fill we're bringing in is to create those stormwater management practices, to drain away from the house, to create these stormwater basins that are placed in a way that we can convey runoff from the entire driveway to them. We can have gravity discharge from our septic system, septic tank to the fields. We can have gravity discharge from a footing drain, and we are not allowing runoff from overland towards our house. We are showing erosion controls around the entire property to protect downstream neighbors during construction. All of the grading meets town zoning regulations. We are here for the special permit for, as Sarah had mentioned, the amount of disturbance over 10,000 square feet. We are approximately 4.5 acres. The 1,000 cubic yards being moved on site, and then the import of material. As Sarah mentioned, this is an after effect permit. I apologize. Our client must have had a misunderstanding and brought in approximately 7,000 yards of material, as he's a very busy contractor and he had the material at the ready. Unfortunately, he didn't understand that he couldn't bring it on site yet, and we apologize for that. But it is clean, common fill. It's very good material, very gravelly. If any of you have been out to the site, it is all required for this development. There will be approximately 11,000 more yards brought on. That material is at the ready. Granted, we get the go ahead from you commissioners. And again, as I mentioned, I just want to reiterate that all this earthwork and fill does not change the drainage patterns on site. It does not affect any downstream neighbors. It meets the town's drainage policy, especially the town's new drainage policy. We did have to change plans since the new policy did come out while this plan was in review, and we have been working closely with Maria Koppler, the town engineer, to make sure that we've developed this property in such a way that we do meet the new policy. And that's about it. I'd really be happy to answer any questions you have. And I just wanted to reiterate that there is about that 8-foot bowl in the middle of the property, and just to develop this property in a way that it would be, worth it for the future homeowners who buy this property, to not, especially with all the storms we've been getting recently, not be, in a new house where runoff can drain towards their house. We want to be able to, to pitch away from the house comfortably while also protecting, all adjacent neighbors. If you've been to the site, the surrounding is pretty vast woodland around. We won't be disturbing that, so we will be maintaining that buffer to the property. We are not changing sort of the ridge lines that are on each side here. Those will be maintained, so that 50-foot setback buffer to the adjacent neighbors will be maintained in all directions. Of course, besides West Road, we need to access with the driveway. So, my professional opinion, all this fill is not going to adversely impact any neighbors. All the stormwater will be maintained on site. Grading does meet town drainage policy. We are just over the allotted that we are allowed in this zone. It is a 6.5 acre lot in a 4 acre zone, so we're a little bit, bigger property, but that sort of summarizes the development. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, sorry for the technical difficulties at the beginning.
Just to reiterate and be clear, you mentioned that the contractor already brought in 7,000 cubic yards of fill.
Yes, it was about 300 truckloads or so. And I guess the good thing is, not to make a joke, but there was no neighbors calling when all those trucks were coming in. And it wasn't noticed that fill was brought in until Sarah, Maria, and I believe Kathleen, maybe even Jen with the health department went to just go do their standard, I believe it was building permit or zoning permit site walk, and they noticed all the fill there. So if it wasn't them, I guess none of the neighbors would have complained.
I'm guessing the trucks came through South Salem and not through downtown New Canaan.
I believe they did come from New York, yes, and that will be the case.
Okay, it came from out of state, huh?
And again, to be clear, you mentioned there's another 11,000 cubic yards scheduled to come in?
Yes.
How many trucks is that? This is Commissioner Chris.
That's another 400 trucks.
Yeah, 400 plus trucks.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And you said, again, just to kind of clarify the points, it's an 8-foot depression in the middle that you're filling. So there'll be 8 feet of fill in the middle of this property?
Yes, so the depression is 8 feet below West Road. So we'll be filling up, I think, about 10 feet. We want to have the house set up a little bit above West Road. I think the fill that's brought in is about level with West Road now. So there'll be about 2 or 3 more feet above that will be sort of the ground level around the house.
Harry, can you pull up the plan for the commission where you marked on the survey the extent of the fill that was already trucked in with the heights so they can just visualize it?
Yeah.
I can, 1 second. So the area, I went out and measured all of these points from the existing structures on site. The red line here is about the top of the slope of the fill that you'll see. The dashed line is sort of the toe of the slope where it sort of slopes off. And then what I have given you here is about the elevations of that fill that is already there. So for instance, this spot here is about 10 feet above virgin ground, or so at about 500 elevation, 502. And we're proposing the area around our house to be at 504. So there's not much more that's being brought in, but this is sort of the diagram of what's already there. And then what's to come is essentially building the house here and then sloping the yards and building those basins and being able to sort of fine grade the overland flow to those detention basins. So there is going to be some fill to create those basins, a little bit of cut to create them as well. But a majority of the fill that's to be brought in is going to be, further back into this rear yard here to pitch away from the house.
So why did the homeowner choose to locate the proposed new house in the center of this depression as opposed to on the outskirts of it like the existing structures are?
Like over here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we wanted to maintain the curb cut. I think regardless of where we located the house, we were still going to want to bring in the amount of fill just just to create, proper stormwater management patterns. The house is still, fairly low. It's at 495 right here. And it's a fairly small house. And also, for where we found a suitable septic area over here, if we put a, the size house that the client wants, it would have probably impeded on the septic area. And also, to create those stormwater management basins, we wanted to locate a house in a way where we could properly convey to those in the driveway as well. So if we were putting it here, I don't think we would have had enough room to create those basins. So that we really wanted to center the house on the property so we could create those large basins that needed the volume to sort of mimic the amount of volume that's currently stored on the property. So we needed quite a bit of space for those basins.
This is Commissioner Chris. So you keep that up. The pre-fill depth was it 492, sort of in the middle?
Sure, the lowest spot here is 492.2.
And I'm looking at the house with the new rendering where they show where the dwelling is going to go, and it says, well, it varies. It's 506, 507, 502. So we're dealing with 10 to 15 feet of fill being brought in to raise it 10 to 15 feet.
Right
Depending.
around the house will be right. The garage is at 506, so the finished level directly around the house will be at 506, and it will pitch away from there.
So 12, 13, 14 feet.
But the contour or the proposed grade of where that low spot is at 504, 503. So it'll be about 10 to 11 feet there. The house is sort of to the south of that low spot. It's about centered right around here.
Yeah, my understanding is that often when you have a depression, you end up with water pooling and wetlands. It mentions that there are no wetlands issues. So
That's
just
correct.
confirm that pre-existing, there were no wetlands issues.
That's correct. We did have a soil scientist visit the site. They confirmed there's no wetlands. They did flag a wetland offsite here. You see this wetlands flag. All of our disturbances 50 feet from that wetland flag. And we have we've been coordinating with Kathleen Holland in the Wetlands Department, and she has voiced no objection to this project.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Benton here. Can you talk about how you're going to feather this 10 to 15 foot hill into the rest of the property?
Sure. I'll go back to my proposed plan. So we have a pretty modest slope around the house, 3 to 4% in all directions until we get to these basins here. You'll see the one basin here, one basin. And we're maintaining, as you see, there's sort of a ridge line through here, which is what I was saying. All the runoff from this side comes in, all this side goes to this neighbor property, the Val. So we needed to maintain this ridge line here, which is why the basin is located to the south of it. And the idea was to feather the grades in such a way that all overland runoff ends up in these basins. And we didn't want the important part too is for the western abutter here, we couldn't raise the house in such a way that now we're pushing runoff onto their property too. So, you'll see the 500 contour here, 500 contour here. So everything from behind the house is going to come in this way and get into this basin. So we're really grading in such a way that all overland flow around the house is getting into these two basins, besides what is currently leaves the site, which would be just north of this ridge line here and just south of this ridge line over here. And then, of course, the grading that's needed for the septic system here, that's the minimum grading that we need for cover above the septic system to install it above the restrictive layers we encountered during soil testing. We have a fairly moderate slope on our driveway. I think it's about 3%. And we've pitched it in such a way that we can just get this last driveway drain over to this basin. And these basins can't be lowered any more than they already are. Just because we won't be able to, the bottom of them would be too low for the restrictive layers that we encountered during soil testing there too. So I know it looks like a lot of fill, but we really did do it in such a way that we tried to minimize it. I guess that's funny to say, but we did it so we could just get gravity from the entire driveway, so we could just get gravity from our footing drains, just get gravity from our septic system, to our septic system. So I hope that answers your question. I guess the main points were the grading was done in such a way to pitch all overland runoff from the center of our property to these basins, maintain the ridge lines on the north and south of the property so we're not increasing any runoff to the neighbors. And I guess one more point I should mention with these detention basins, since they're now designed for the town's new policy that makes us designed for a 100-year storm, these basins will actually contain the entire 100-year storm. So there won't be any runoff leaving these basins for a storm that we had as late as last week. All that runoff will be contained within here, will infiltrate within, I believe it was 48 hours, and it won't even reach this spillway elevation, which was an important point for the town engineer.
This is Commissioner Radman. Your driveway drainage, I'm just looking at the proposed map that you have up on the screen. All the catch basins in the driveway, as well as some of the footing drains, and I'm assuming some of the roof leaders are headed off and go to a 10-inch line that goes to a riprap outlet in the detention basin to the north. Makes total sense, right? Then you've got a sport court that has a line going from there to a riprap basin in the south detention basin.
Correct.
But then you have a 6-inch or 4-inch footing drain lines coming off of the main building, but that's not going to the detention basin. It's going to a riprap on the downhill side going towards the the neighbor to the south.
Yeah, actually, thanks for bringing that up. That was that was Maria's town engineer's only comment, that we redirect that to the detention basin. We have no issue doing that. We'll submitting a revised plan for the building permit if we do.
You've gone a long way to effectively creating a bowl here with detention basins to try and reduce any water outflow or stormwater impact on any of the neighbors, and that one move kind of defeats the whole purpose.
Yep. Yeah, we have no problem relocating that, so it discharges to this detention basin.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioners on Zoom, any questions?
What's the plan if we say no?
That's a good question. I'd have to talk to my client about that.
Dirt is already on site, so.
So
what
I mean,
happens?
if you
Well,
all,
300 trucks are on site, but another 400 trucks to go. I mean, I'm just wondering,
but also
are
from
our hands tied?
an enforcement perspective, if you say no, you need to come up with reasons why and how they're going to come back into compliance. So if you're saying no, then are you requiring that the applicant remove all the truckloads? That this is stuff that the commission has to think about, because they are maintaining a violation of the zoning regulations right now. And I required that they submit this special permit application to either bless what they've done, or in theory, if you're not okay with it for whatever reason, something has to be done about the fill then. So keep that in mind.
But are we the ones who have to make the enforcement recommendation if, say, we were to say no?
So, I mean, you direct my actions, so I would say yes.
Commissioners, anything further?
Just one more. I'm just still trying to get how you're feathering this to the property yard. You have the existing grade at 492, and yet I see right toward the 50-foot setback, it still stays at 500. And I think some of that is to direct water into the detention drain. But directly behind the house, it's still 500. So is it going to just look like an abrupt drop off right there at the 50-foot setback line? Or is it going to be more natural right to the edge?
Are we talking about over here?
directly behind the house, top of your page.
Oh, this is gonna maintain its natural appearance now within this 50-foot setback. Yeah, we're planning to keep all of these trees here. It's not gonna be an abrupt drop off. We're at about, you know, a 3% slope for, I believe, about 120 feet. And then the grading here is 4-to-1, which meets the town's drainage policy. So it'll be a little bit of drop off, and then it will mellow out to the existing conditions here, just to be able to create that swale.
What will happen to all the existing field stone walls?
The ones on the property lines will be maintained, and the ones within the buffers will be maintained. I know my client does build a lot of houses in town, and he does tend to save as many as possible. I think the ones that will be impacted by the grading, as you see here and here, will just need to be removed. But that is a small portion of the amount of all the ones on the road will be maintained. I think there may be some impacted by the grading needed for septic again on the interior of the property. Those will likely need to be removed, but all the ones along the perimeter will be maintained.
This is Commissioner Chris. I did not notice a planting plan. Did I miss something?
No, we did not submit a planting plan.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything further? Okay. We'll open this one up to the public. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak to this application for 928 West Road? Please come up to the podium, state your name and address, and let us know what your feedback is.
Thank you, commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Mic on? Yeah.
My name is Richard Bourgeois. I live at 866 West Road. We own two properties immediately to the south of the property. A vacant lot of 3 acres, and then the lot where our house exists, about 4.5 acres. Both of our properties have wetlands. There are wet spots and ponding, especially with the big storms we get now. As the engineer, Mr. Rocheville, said in his report, July 25th, the southern portion of the property drains to the south, which is where I live. The plan is to raise the land with 25,000 cubic yards of soil. In the southern end of the property, the runoff and stormwater is supposed to drain to the drainage basin, which I point out is very close to our property line. They're changing what is essentially a bowl with raised elevation to the rear, to the west, to the east, to the south and the north, and making a hill instead. So it's essential that the drainage system that they are proposing work, because we'll be the beneficiaries, or if it doesn't work. The engineering, and also I want to mention the riprap pipe. It's one of the commissioners mentioned before. It goes even closer to our property line. And I guess that's going to be changed, or there's a proposal to change that. The engineering company report says that there's no adverse effect. I'm not in a position to judge that. But as with all consultants, they're paid by the owner, and I would expect them to prepare a report that is favorable to the owner. But I need, because I need a third-party review by the Planning and Zoning Commission and by the town engineer to confirm that the conclusions of the engineering company are correct, that there will not be any added runoff, stormwater runoff. Especially given the current owner's apparent lack of awareness of local rules regarding dumping dirt in property before getting permission. It's especially necessary, I think, to look closely at this application to make sure that the proposed work will result in containment of stormwater runoff. I would also like to point out that a number of trees were already cut down by the prior owner within the last 3 or 4 years. That's nowhere indicated on this. I also would point out that the septic system in the corner of the property, the proposed location is in a heavily wooded area, and I don't know what kind of trees would need to be removed to enable the septic system to work. So we stand at, we need to rely on the Planning and Zoning Commission and the town engineer to make sure that this plan works. I hope it does. But my concern is that that large detention basin near the edge of our property and changing the slope from a bowl to a hill is going to have a severe impact. If it does not, that's great. And if the town engineer and the planning board conclude that there's no danger, then that's great. But we rely on you to make sure that this project is in compliance with all local law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
My name is Pauline Dora. I live at 866 West Road. We're married. One more comment is that we've had 300 or 400 trucks coming through. And what's happening is that the trucks are coming down West Road over the Rippewan Bridge that was just completed 2 years ago, 3 years ago. These are big trucks. And not only are they big trucks, but they're very, very noisy when they downshift. Because we live in a valley in a bowl like this, it ricochets off everywhere. So from early morning till the evening, we've had to, and to hear that we're going to have 400 more trucks, if that's going to happen, it should be thought of rerouting them, going down Owen-Oak, coming down West Road the other way, because that is a different fee, and it's not going to have the same noise effect. I don't know if that's your department, but that's what we have to live with.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public that would like to speak to this application? Is there anybody in Zoom world that would like to speak to this application from the public? Okay. Commissioners, any further questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Chris, just, I don't know it's a question, really a comment, but the gentleman just spoke. As I understood, one of his comments was that there's a significant amount of disturbance. He has wetlands. To the north, there's a pond. Given the amount of change on the property and the significant elevation and the change in runoff, I wonder if an independent hydraulic survey of runoff and stormwater would be appropriate.
So I would just say, again, so myself, Maria Coplet, and Kathleen Holland were all at the site together when this fill was discovered, and we immediately had a meeting with Harry and the owner of the property, and we required them to provide us with all of these plans. So Maria Coplet and Kathleen, town engineer and inland wetlands director, have been dealing with this from the moment I found out about it as well. So they have been reviewing it from the get-go to ensure it complies with their regulations. So you do already have town staff that's reviewed it. So, if you want to do that again, just remember you'd be hiring someone on the applicant's dime that has the same credentials as what the town staff already has.
So, Ms. Carey, what I'm hearing you say is that professional engineer who's independent, just works for the town, has no particular dog in this fight, has looked at this thoroughly, and her professional opinion is essentially consistent with the report that we've been provided by the applicant.
Yes, so long as that one outlet pipe that Commissioner Radman brought up and the neighbors who just spoke brought up, as long as that gets relocated to the detention basin to the south of the property, it's consistent with the updated drainage policy.
Okay, thank you.
So, Christina, Commissioner Christina Larson, alternate, I'm just looking at the aerial view and there's like a big clearing and I'm just wondering that clearing of land that's being proposed to be a hill, which would then be higher than the tree canopy line. If I'm understanding it correctly.
Higher than the.
So I don't know if you looked at the planner's memo, and I'm happy to share my screen, but I have a photo of what it looks like on the ground today, if that's helpful.
Yeah. And,
Want to share it?
Yep. So it's not above the tree line.
But what aren't they saying they're gonna make that whole middle section a hill
No, so they're filling in the bowl.
Filling in a bowl.
and not going higher than the bowl?
They're going to be, I think what the applicant said is they would be 2 to 3 feet higher than the elevation of the road.
Yep, which it already is today. But it is far, like you can't see this from the street. That's why.
Okay, so they're not making a mound in this section.
They filled in the bowl, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, one other comment about the, has to do with what the lady neighbor spoke about, which is the trucks going over a bridge. I'm sort of sensitive to that, and I would be generally supportive of rerouting as a model. Mr. Chairman, I remember when the country club was putting in its pool and pool house and so forth, there's Owen-Oak, excuse me, well, Smith Ridge, excuse me, which is very near, but it's a state highway. And Owen-Oak is also a state highway. And what we said as a commission is that we didn't want them to use Owen-Oak and then cut down Country Club, which is a narrow, winding, tough street, I want to say it that way, and that they should always use Owen-Oak and they just cut in on Country Club and that's it. So everything has to be on that route. And this would minimize the amount of use of surface streets, and they have to stay in a state highway. Again, state highway, totally different situation. But there is the break there at where Barnegat and West meet. You go down west, you turn left down west, and suppose you're going straight on, oh, my mind's going blank, Lost District, and go down there. I would be supportive of that to minimize disruption. Now, would it should you shift it to some other neighbors? I get that, but we have done this in the past, and I would be sympathetic to that as a requirement for any approval.
Mm-hmm. We've done that with other applications like the YMCA and
True.
larger projects that involve a significant amount of construction vehicles.
Keep them on the state road as much as possible.
Yep.
If I recall, I believe it was there was also the sound view lane cell tower. You regulated actually the time at which trucks could be brought in, not the actual roads that can be used. I remember reading that approval somewhat recently, and the town attorney had stated that you can't regulate who can and cannot drive on public roads. So I understand that you've done that in the past, and I wasn't the town planner at the time of those, conditions, but what I recall reading in the Soundview cell tower is that the town attorney said you can't tell people that you can or cannot drive on a public roadway.
But we can ask the applicant if they'd be agreeable to using that route.
Yes.
The applicant is still online, correct?
Yep, yeah, Harry Rutschel for the record, I was gonna offer the same thing. I think myself and my client would be amenable to coming up with a hauling plan with town staff that includes preferred routes, preferred time of day for routing during business hours, only on weekdays, no holidays, things of that nature. We've done that on projects recently as well that have a substantial amount of earthwork, and I'd be happy to review that with town staff and to be approved by town staff as a condition of approval.
Well, I think I would support a condition of this special permit in terms of particularly time as to when the trucks can come. I don't know if I would be comfortable leaving it up to town staff. I think it's something that the commission here as a condition of approval.
Well, I'd like to hear from the applicant what they would offer as delivery timeframes. I heard no weekends and no holidays, understood. But in terms of business days and when the site would be receiving deliveries of fill, large construction vehicles, is there a particular time window that works for the applicant that we could evaluate?
I mean, just off the top of my head, without coordinating with my client, I think just during regular business hours would be ideal, 9 to 5 on weekdays, if that would be okay with the commissioners.
I think that can work.
You want me to, there is a noise ordinance related to construction. Would you all like to hear what that is, or you want to just
Sure.
stick with that?
Yeah.
So noise ordinance Monday to Fridays nothing is permitted before 7 a.m. or after 7 p.m. So if they're willing to do 9 to 5,
They're
then
willing to do 9 to 5.
that's
yeah.
fine. And they said no weekends? Is that-
I
is
heard
that
no
what I
weekends and no holidays.
Okay, then I'm not gonna read the noise ordinance.
Is that correct? Mr.
We've done in the past. I believe that would be okay.
Okay. Commissioners, anything further on this one? Okay, and no other, yes.
I submitted a letter earlier today. PNC, detailing our concern.
Okay, is that in the record?
I received it at 3:30 and was not able to post it to the website in time for the meeting, but I have received it.
Perhaps perhaps you could read it to us, since we may make a decision tonight. I would like to know what the gentleman said.
Does it outline the same concerns you voiced earlier? Okay. Now, Maria weighed in on this, right?
Yes.
And the only excuse me, the only comment she had was on the outflow to that riprap on the south basin that I brought up. She had no other concerns on the north basin or any of the other drainage issues.
So this was actually iteration number 2 of the plan. So she had issues with the previous version of the plan. So this was addressing her comments. So it
I see.
was addressed before this even came to the commission.
Okay.
So
And-
yes, to answer your question.
And
that was
she's
the only-
satisfied with the proposed drainage solution.
Correct. It meets the town drainage policy.
Gotcha. Okay. If no one has any further comments, this application is closed.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Last application for the night. It's items 6 and 7 on the agenda. This is 116 South Avenue. Upon application of Daniel Chapel. Carmody, Torrance, Sandek, and Hennessy LLP, authorized agent for the Mulreed Family Limited Partnership. Owners for a special permit approval pursuant to section 5.4, 8.2.a, 5.4.c.2, and 8.2.b to allow the use of the property for multifamily dwellings in the apartment zone at 116 South Avenue, map N, block 64, lot 912. And this is tied to, should I read item 7 as well? Yeah. Discussion and consideration for the request of Daniel Chappell, Carmody, Torrance, Sandick, Hennessy LLP, authorized agent for the Mulreed Family Limited Partnership to amend the zoning regulations dated June 16th, 2007, amended June 28th, 2024, to amend section 5.4 apartment zone. Complete copy of the proposed amendment on file in the office of town clerk and also the planning and zoning department as well as online. And there's a link for that particular amendment. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Michael Sweeney, I'm a partner with Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy. I'm pleased to be here tonight on behalf of the applicant, which is Sillwell 15, Principal Rick Sillo, who's here tonight, longtime builder in New Canaan. With me tonight is the team that put the application together before you this evening. Rick Sillo is the contract purchaser of the property. Property is currently owned by Mulreed Family Limited Partnership, and we're a contract purchaser. There's a consent in your file from the owner of the property for this application being filed. Wes Stout is with us as well. Wes has appeared before this commission many times before, and he's helped us with the landscaping plan and the planting plan. An engineer who will present this evening is Avon Bauer with Cressidas Engineering, and Mr. Bauer prepared the drainage plans that you have before you, and he'll explain how they were designed to a 100-year flood level. Also with us is Chris Mojica at AKRF Traffic Engineers. You have a traffic report in your file as well, which I think speaks for itself, but he's here and available to answer questions as well. Also with us is Steve Letcher. Steve is a local builder as well, but he did design and crafted the plans and the elevations and the designs that are part of this application as well. He can speak to that if you have any questions. Lastly is my colleague, Dan Chappell, who's helping me work the computer, which I'm not all that capable of. I'll start with a brief outline of the applications. Is it okay if I take them both together, Mr. Chairman, sort of speak to them at once, or?
At once.
I'll outline, the application, what we're seeking from the commission by part of the application. Then I'll ask some of the experts to come up and present. The property is located in the apartment zone, 0.57 acres. What's being proposed is 4 detached townhomes, each about 2,600 square feet. Presently, there's a professional office, a dentist in the front building. There are 2 buildings on the property with a rental unit, and then in the back, there's a fairly large garage with a rental unit there as well. The property is non-conforming presently as to width and also as to use. The use for the dentist office is a non-conforming use. Although the property was built in the 30s, there was you'll see a variance that was granted in around 1987 or so. It's in the days when use variances were granted, so the dentist was there by way of a variance, but it remains a non-conforming use. The property is surrounded by residential property to the north owned by the Strausses. To the east, Cobbler's Green condominiums on Main Street. To the south, the Ascot condominiums to the south of the property. The application, as was prepared, complies with all zoning regulations as to coverage, height. As a matter of fact, the height of the building is about 10 feet less than what would be permitted in the apartment zone. So care was taken to try to make the units fit in with the neighborhood, and I think they do. The challenge that the applicant has is in connection with the non-conforming use of the property, non-conforming nature of the property and the width. The width is 88.7 feet or so, and the regulations used to provide for the width of lots in the apartment zone to be 75 feet, and it was increased to 100 feet. So the narrowness of the lot created the challenges with using the property for an improved use. Density is fine. The 4 units, we comply in all aspects except for the nonconformity of the width of the property. So along with this special permit application, we addressed all the standards and the special permit regulations. And I think we comply with those. I think we comply with the POCD as well. We're providing multifamily use in the area of town where it's sought. We're near Mead Park and near the village. The text change that's requested, I think, goes to the nature of the apartment zone and the fact that really there have been many changes to the apartment zone regulations in many years. The property requires 200 square feet of recreational space per unit. We can provide much more than that, actually. I'll show you a sketch in a moment where behind some of the units, we have 1,800 square feet of recreational space. The challenge, though, is because the lot is narrow, that we can't fit the required box that's required in the regulations. So the text change goes to giving the commission the ability, in the appropriate case, to look at what recreational area is there in the buffer area and whether this satisfies what would be appropriate in the apartment zone and would not have an detrimental effect on the neighbors, notwithstanding the geometry being different. Instead of having a 200 square foot box, it would be of a different shape. So on this sketch, we show the recreational area behind each of the proposed units. One has 800 square feet, one is 1,100 square feet, one's about 1,000 square feet, all in excess of 200. We also show the 20 by 20 box. The way the reg works is that you have to be 10 feet off the back of the building. Because of that, we get pushed to the side yard and we can't meet the standard. If, however, in your judgment, you felt that there's more than enough recreational area under this application, we've given you the ability under this change to the reg to approve it. If certain standards are met, and those standards are spelled out in the proposed text change. All town sign-offs have been accepted by the town. The fire marshal has looked at it. Engineering has looked at this and has no comments that I've seen. There was discussion with some of the neighbors. I know Mr. Sillo spoke with Mr. Strauss, which is the owner of the property, the residential property to the north, a very large, beautiful residential home. He may be on Zoom tonight or maybe here in the room, but he had a very good conversation with him, and Mr. Sillo felt that Mr. Strauss had no objections to the application. Mr. Strauss also called me and had some questions. He posed two questions. One was whether there was a encroachment onto his lot by the driveway in the front. I checked in and there was not. The apron flares out and it's into the public way. It looks like it's an encroachment, but it's not. But I called him back and assured him that there's no encroachment onto his property. He also had a question about whether the front unit would be facing sideways or to the front. And I confirmed to him and assured him that it was facing to the front. So the view that you have from South Avenue looks like a home facing the front, and then the other units stacked behind it, as you see on the elevations and the designs. You have a traffic report as well, and we can speak to that, but just to summarize, the traffic report pretty much says that this is actually going to be a diminishment to traffic on the street and the congestion in the street. And actually, fewer cars are expected on the property now than with the commercial use that's there presently. So that's generally the outline. I thought maybe I can pause if you have any questions. Otherwise, maybe we can get to a couple of our experts.
Commissioners, any questions? Nope.
Yeah, actually, I have a couple questions just to start with. So in your presentation, you kind of mentioned that the lot is, non-conforming and it's creating challenges and it's creating hardship for you to kind of move forward with an application. And when I hear those terms, I think of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Why was this brought to us and not through a variance process?
Yeah, we thought about that, and we thought about it, hard. I spoke with Ms. Carey about it as well. We view this more as a planning approach. We think the better form to be is to look at the regulation, and if you agree with us that the regulation probably could use a look at and to give you some flexibility in the future, to present it this way to the commission. we certainly have an argument that we're not conforming use and we have the right to use the property. However, because of the buffer question, the question arises whether we're exacerbating a nonconformity or not. That's why we think the proper solution would be in front of this commission with a text change if you agree that this is something that you'd like to look at. I really don't think you need to worry about any unintended consequences. We look throughout the apartment zone and there's really only 2 other properties in the apartment zone that have a non-conforming commercial use that we found. One of them is Hoyt and one of them the funeral home, and the other one is C&H Automotive. And C&H Automotive is a very small lot. Only 1 unit could be placed there anyhow, so that's really probably not going to be an issue. Really, the only property would be the Hoyt Funeral Home, and that's a very large lot. There could be about 6 units that could be placed there. But again, what this requires is that for the commission to make findings. And if you make findings that the standards that we've put out in the text change are not satisfied, then you deny the application. The way the law has been developing in Connecticut is that the standard for hardship really is an impossible standard when you're looking at trying to make a reasonable use of one's property. And I think probably Mr. Bloom is probably giving you some advice on that as well. So we view this as more of a planning approach to solve a problem. Now, there was a solution, and the solution would be to dense pack a building in the middle of the lot, maybe lift it up on stilts and build an ugly apartment building. I don't think anyone wants that. That's why we think this is more of a planning approach to see whether you agree that this is going to be good for the zoning district. Because in absence of a variance, that would be, the use of the property, get 4 units in here would be to try to, dense pack an ugly apartment building in here, which I think no one wants in this part of town.
So then, just to clarify, so there, under this text amendment, you've only found maybe one other site where this could be applicable to, as you drafted it?
That's correct.
Okay. Interesting.
Again, it would still require the commission to, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It would still require the commission, it would only give the ability for one of the property owner to have the tool to ask Mother, may I please do this? You could still say no.
Sure, but I guess I don't know if you've even gone into this, detail of analysis. Would the waivers that you are seeking in terms of landscaping size and dimension and the or excuse me, recreation size and dimension and the landscape and the one landscape buffer be, what they would require if they were to go?
Well, yeah, we tried to limit it. We didn't go to density, we didn't go to height, we didn't go to coverage. It's very limited only as to the buffer issue.
No, yeah, I understand that. I just see it as it's quite specific.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Canag. What if we didn't approve this proposed amendment to the zoning regulations? What could you do at that point by way of special permit or otherwise?
Well, what we've proposed, you have a special permit application along with the text change application. So what we'd be planning to do is to construct 4 units that you have in the plans that we've submitted.
No, that wasn't my question. Was if we didn't approve the text change, what could you do on this property without having the text change?
It'd be very difficult. We'd have to look at trying to construct a building perhaps up on stilts in the middle of the property where we got parking underneath, could meet the buffers, perhaps go 10 feet higher so we could have parking underneath. So we'd have to meet the buffers by probably going up.
So you could you put in separate units like 3 separate units?
I don't know the answer to that. We'd have to think that through, but I think the solution would be to put in an apartment building.
And you think you could do that without coming back to us? You have the right to do that?
Well, as long as we conform with the regulations, we would still have to apply for special permit because of the multifamily use is required. We'd be before you regardless.
Okay.
And just so I'm clear, how many legal residential units are on the site right now?
There are 2 residential units and 1 commercial unit, 1 professional dentist.
So you're asking to increase the density as it exists today by, I guess, 2 residential units. Is that correct?
In compliance with the zoning regulations, the density is 5,000 square feet per unit, and that's why 4 units are allowed. So there's no density issue here. It complies with the regs on that score.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Maybe we'll start with Wes then and speak to landscaping.
Sure. I think we've got a rendered site plan here we can put up. And yeah,
sorry, state your name.
I'm sorry, Wes Stout for the record, landscape architect and planner here in 96 Main Street, New Canaan. I've been here many years and done a number of projects around town. Okay, so when I looked at this and walked the property, I really thought about, who's surrounding it, what's surrounding it. I've driven by it a million times. There's the dentist's office and it's right at the end of Mead Street. You see it and, it's been there and I could tell there was apartments in the back sort of thing. So, and so I wanted to really study the adjacencies and the abutting neighbors and see what was going on. So the plan here, what I think I'll do is, I think I'm just going to walk you around the perimeter. South runs north and south. So the top of the sheet is north, bottom of the sheet's obviously south, and then to the east is the condo Cobbler's Green. So what you're seeing on the north top of the sheet there above the 4 units, there's one large house that the Strausses are owners of, and you've heard them. They've had some discussions with the team. There's a substantial, do you have the photos that I put in behind this? Or there's substantial buffers already around the north and the north and the south side. So that image that just popped up and disappeared is the top row there is the northern boundary. So the top left, you see a view from Mead Street coming in. There's the dentist's office on the right side of the image. And then on the left is the single family residence. You can see that mass of large maple trees there. That owner put a fence and substantial landscaping in. So there's a substantial run of deciduous, mostly deciduous stuff along the house, and that's the lighter shaded green, the plan I'll show you. And then the back, there's a massive spruce, arborvitae, fir, it's so dense you can't see anything through it. So actually, so let's go back to the plan for a second. Scroll up if you can.
To this plan.
This plan, yeah. So just to sort of wrap up that northern boundary here, then, yeah, so that's the top of the sheet there. So those lighter green, or that's the maple, Amelanchier, fence, hedging, pretty substantial buffer there. And then toward the back, it gets to be a darker green. That's this massive evergreen buffer that they put in. And again, they, as a residential development, I think that house is maybe 10 to 15 years old, I would guess. But they did a substantial landscape buffer because they probably didn't want to look out upon the adjacency. So that's very firm. What we've done there along the driveway is put a row of arborvitae in there where it's about 5 feet plus or minus wide. There's a great arborvitae called a winter green arborvitae that'll grow in that condition, and they stay narrow and tight, which is what would be good in that spot. And then as you proceed further to the east along that line, again, it's very heavily buffered. And then there are 3 maple trees that you see there, existing ones, which we're going to try to retain as well. So there's a pretty mature and buffer along that side, and then we're supplementing it with that lower story underneath the big maples that you saw in that first image. So that's the way that's handled. And that property runs, the residential property runs all the way from south, all the way to the back line on that side. So it's fairly deep. It's the full depth of our lot. And then you turn the corner, which is the west edge on the right side of the sheet. That's where Cobbler's Green is. There is 0 planting. I dotted in 2 trees up on the top side, top corner there. There's a pine and an arborvitae up there. But if you want to go to the images, there's picture, go to the, let's see. Yeah, right there. So when the bottom right is that bottom northeast corner, that's the condo there, and there's a fence. I think that went in with the condo, and there's like 0 landscaping really either side. The condo has terraces and whatnot up to the fence, and then there's very little planting on our side. So that side is going to get a whole buffer of taller trees, shade trees, as well as evergreen trees underplanted. So there's going to be a nice sort of combination of an upper elm and a lower evergreen to give a really nice buffer there that doesn't exist. And I think that's a nice solution to the eastern edge. And then you go turn the corner down in the bottom right there. That's actually another single family house. That's the backyard of a single family house that must be on, what's the next street over there? Church. Okay, on Church. So it would front on Church, and then it backs up to that last unit in the back there. They also have a substantial arborvitae, probably 15, 20 foot hedge all along that line, which I've drawn in there. And then we've added some additional evergreens, probably a red maple back there as well for some diversity and some height, but giving you that screening and buffering that's going to get above the 20 feet to take out the taller portions of the building. And then there's a large existing maple there right in the corner. We're keeping that. And then moving, then it becomes the back of the Ascot, which is, I think, a 4-unit condominium development. They're all attached units. And I actually worked on that project many years ago. We put in a alley of trees there. Go to the next slide. Yeah. Oh yeah, so let's go there. That upper right picture there, that's looking from south across the entry drive to the Ascot, which hugs that line. And there's a hedge and then the tall alley of trees there as well, linden trees. And there's a significant buffer there. So you really don't have any, you've got 30 or 40 feet of buffer all the way through that zone. So we have a few evergreens being added along there as well. And then the rest of it is pretty simple. There's some other natives. We've got dogwoods and cherries and a really great tupelo tree, which is a great ornamental native, which would be a nice addition. And then on south, we're proposing to add a street tree. There's a rhythm of street trees along there, and there's nothing in our front yard. So we're proposing either sugar maple or pin oak to be in the front as a street tree as well. And the others, sort of some foundation and patio plantings and mixture, pretty straightforward, but should be a nice lush landscape. I think that's it for now. Mike?
Any other questions?
Commissioners?
Neighbors that reached out to us with the DeFrancescos, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, so we authorized our engineer, Mr. Bauer, to meet with them, and he did, and went through the drainage plans. They live at Cobbler's Green right behind us, right to the east behind the property. And he walked them through the drainage plans. They still may have concerns, but I think maybe we'll let Avon speak to drainage on the site that's being proposed.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Avon Bauer. I'm a professional engineer with Crucidis Engineering out of Fairfield, Connecticut. And I just wanted to walk through a little bit of the drainage plan that we have. Our initial plan that went in before you, before engineering did their review, was designed for a 25-year storm event for detention purposes. After Maria took a look, she got back to us with some comments, and one of the main things she had us do was increase that design threshold to a 100-year storm event, excuse me. We've designed, if you see on the plans that you have in front of you, several stages coming down that collect each of the buildings. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. But each one of the condo units has their own individual drainage system for the roof areas, as well as a.
Talking.
Oh, the gentleman in the back row.
Oh,
there we go. Yeah, it should be the third sheet.
there you go.
This one right here. Or I'm sorry, the one above it, I believe. Yeah, that's the one. So if you see, each one of the condo units has their own individual drainage systems that run along the south side, and the condos are kind of staggered down. They're stepped to kind of flow with the natural landscapes that's there. So we don't have to propose any excessive cut or fills in order to get these to flow with the topography that exists, and we're not redirecting any water onto any neighboring properties. All of the roof area from each of the condo units is going to be detained in the drainage systems, as well as the entirety of the driveway area that's going to get picked up by the 2 catch basins on the north side. The 2 catch basins tie into the large drainage system on the east of the property, the northeast of the property. And before they overflow over their yard drains, they flow into another large drainage system to the southeast corner, which is the existing low point of the property. And under that analysis, those 2 drainage systems, when working together, do not overflow out of their yard drains up to that 100-year storm event. So all the water that gets, the stormwater runoff that gets into them is infiltrated entirely into the ground without overflowing and potentially impacting down gradient neighbors. We're proposing no fill needing to be brought in onto the site. There is actually a fair amount of material that will come off the site, so we don't have to worry about any kind of new material coming in. And all the grading can be done with what's going to be done with the excavations for the basements for the condo units. Each of those drainage systems was also kind of designed with the idea of providing water quality volume and groundwater recharge. And we actually provide enough water quality volume for all the new impervious areas on site without taking any kind of credit for the existing. The existing conditions were with everything as is, just runs right down all the way from the driveway to from the west all the way to the east and eventually into that southeast corner of the property. It's completely untreated, and there's a pretty significant amount of water that can come down, as I'm sure some of the neighbors have brought up to me, that shows that it runs directly off their property onto ours, or off of our property onto theirs, excuse me. With the implementation of these drainage systems from our property, that amount of water is going to be greatly reduced, and the quality of that water is going to be enhanced pretty substantially. Dan, would you mind going 2 more pages for me, 2 more sheets? And one of the last bits of mitigation that I wanted to talk about is this is our sediment and erosion controls plan. So knowing that everything is concentrated into that southeast corner of the property, we've designed the silt fence in that corner to have it be a double row layer of silt fence, as well as hay bales in between, to really prevent any kind of sedimentation impacts to any downstream neighbors. On top of that, the entire property will be bordered by a silt fence with protected stockpile areas and a mud tracking pad, as well as a inlet protection for the catch basin that's right in South Avenue, which is just a silt sack to avoid any adverse impacts to that catch basin. I'm more than happy to answer any additional questions, and I appreciate your time.
Commissioners, any questions?
We'll get to public comment in a little bit.
Engineering section or?
No, we'll take public comment after we're done with the consultants. Commissioners, any questions? Did you see, I'm sorry, your first name?
Avon.
Avon. Did you see the letters from the neighbors concerning drainage? And there was a couple of them. One from DeFrancesco that specifically suggested a couple of stormwater mitigation solutions.
I did not see any letters. I did sit with the DeFrancescos and we discussed. And we kind of walked through everything. I feel that I helped try to ease their mind and, you know, address any concerns that they had, but I'm more than happy to discuss anything additional if need be.
Obviously, their concern is the stormwater, as you mentioned, the stormwater runoff from this property onto the Cobbler's Court. Is there any consideration given to a permeable driveway?
We didn't consider a permeable driveway. The amount of detention that we're providing is really above and beyond what would meet the town's standards. And the reason we don't want to do a permeable driveway is it's very hard to maintain. They clog pretty frequently. And the other issue is that we're then infiltrating directly next to our foundations in some cases, which could allow water to infiltrate back in and need to be pumped out, which is what that foot and drain system in front of the property is for. A permeable driveway doesn't really make a lot of sense here as well, because the storage reservoir, because it's a sloped, everything's going to want to run down to the low point, and we would have, with the restrictions in the soils, we can't really detain as much water as it would need to be detained, which is why the subsurface drainage was probably a better choice in this case.
So your tiered solution of subsurface drainage containment basins is better.
Exactly. Yeah, to do it as a one full permeable driveway, you're basically allowing the water to flow through one layer to the next, and it would all just concentrate down in the bottom. Whereas tiering it kind of helps to break it up. And then, as I said, with those large systems down at the bottom that don't overflow, it stops any adverse impact from our property impacting the neighbors.
Question, Commissioner Benton. I know one of the letters talked about noise from HVAC equipment or pool equipment from the neighboring yards. I don't see any of that on your map. Where do you plan to contain all of the equipment?
That would probably be, I think, in the rear yard, correct? With any of the generators and AC equipment, or in between the units potentially, yeah, between the units most likely, actually.
There's not a lot of space in between the units, but you mentioned generators. Are there going to be generators for the units, or?
I don't know if that's been fully determined yet, but
You want to address that question about where you're looking to place them? You can come up here, please.
I think the
They can't hear you on Zoom without it.
yeah, Stephen Letcher for the applicant. The AC units there is 6 feet between the buildings. And there's also some staggering of the buildings. So there's probably only going to be a 1 ton, maybe probably 1 unit for the condensing units. As far as generators go, they would have to be within the setbacks. So they would also probably go between the units.
Are you sure?
So all generators and HVAC equipment has to meet setback requirements. We can't issue COs. We can't sign off on building permits if they show any equipment in the setback.
Okay. Commissioners, any further questions?
A couple of questions, if I may, on a number of issues. All utilities will be buried?
yes, yeah, we do have, Dan, if you don't mind going to the sheet before, all of our utilities will be, they're depicted on this sheet. They are going to run through the driveway area and connect and all be buried completely.
Using gas?
Yes, yeah, there's natural gas available in the street.
You're going to be using that. You're going to be connecting it to these units. We had some questions on the landscape plan. You don't have Latin names here, so I have to guess on quite a few things. So there's not much specificity. There are a number of good choices. Some are less so. The Yoshino cherry, and especially say flowering dogwood, that can mean a lot of things like akusa and so on. What exactly do you mean by that?
Flowering dogwood that's the American native flowering dogwood.
Eastern
Chorus,
dogwood.
Florida. This is the Chinese version of it, and the flowers later, but this would be the native one.
Okay. And the Yoshino cherry, that's obviously a Japanese one. Serbian spruce. I'm particularly sensitive to native plants, as many people will know. I'm wondering about perhaps, you already have a dogwood that's gonna stay on the property, I guess. That's in,
Mhm.
I don't know what kind of dogwood it is, just as dogwood.
That's a Florida too.
Okay, good. I mean, one of my suggestions would be to eliminate the cherry, maybe either go to more dogwoods, perhaps a different color than the other ones, or eastern redbud, which is a very nice native tree, tends to be about the same size, very well behaved. Certainly is a very striking, pretty tree, especially in a picket line. Makes the statement. Regarding a lot of the arborvitae, it's been so hybridized and crossed, you're not quite sure where they come from these days. Frankly, at least that's my take on it.
Right, like, the green giant's been overused, obviously. We use it sparingly. We use it because it'll grow in a shadier condition, which not all of them will. And we've taken to this one called a wintergreen, which is like a, small mid-size, native. The American arborvitae is a native, so arborvitae.
It depends on which one you.
Yeah, it depends.
There's a lot of hybridization that's
Right.
Gets a little squishy.
Exactly. But, this is a very traditional, sort of a New England, very much a New England architecture and Main Street architecture. So things like people love cherry trees. So, but we could certainly do a red bud instead of a cherry if that would be an advantage.
That would be my view. And also in hydrangeas, they come from all over. There are native varieties that are, again, are indigenous to our area. I would suggest that that might be the best choice. Often because natives, one, they help more environmental supportive, and they're from here, they know how to live here, they tend to thrive very easily here. And that, so my suggestion would be to choose that variety. It's not stated here exactly which one you pick, since there's so many varieties, and I would swap out that one. I'd probably swap out the Siberian spruce for a native one.
We can do that.
Thank you. Other than that, just a few other comments. I'm pleased that one of the dwellings is facing the street. I think that's very important myself. You're not looking, the back end of the house, just kind of.
The condo next door, the end unit, the one facing the street, is basically a side. And I think this is a much more attractive way to address the street.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Yes, I see that as I see that as a plus with the walkway. It has more of a residential home feel for it. I think the designs are nice. And we haven't gone too much into building materials. My general sense is that they seem to be very high quality. But those are the comments I have. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you can you explain the parking solution here, specifically visitor parking and visitor capacity parking? I only see 2 spots at the end, and then each of the garages has an apron in front of it, but it's not deep enough for a car to park there. So what's the strategy here?
Perhaps this might be a good segue to speak to, for Chris Mojica to speak about our parking plan and traffic. That each unit has a 2-car garage, and we have 2 visitor spaces in the back. And Chris addresses that in his report. Maybe you could speak to that now, Chris.
Mr. Sweeney, also, if you can then speak about deliveries. There's the inevitable Amazon truck and so forth, and how they would be utilizing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so one of the things that
please state your name.
for the record, Christopher Mojica, traffic engineer with AKRF. Regarding the traffic assessment, one of the things we did look at is parking demand, and what we found is, based on the amount of dwelling units that are here, a total of 6 vehicles are projected during the peak demand. This is on the sort of periphery of what the Institute of Transportation Engineers considers to be in close proximity to rail transit. So that just means that there's going to be a higher chance for people to be less reliant on vehicles and be able to do a little bit more walking for their trips. So in terms of parking demand estimates for this proposed site, the estimates show 6 vehicles for total for this site for the 4 dwelling units. So the 10 vehicles that are provided, you know, between the garages and the 2 visitor parking spaces, that it would exceed the park demand estimates in the Institute of Transportation Engineers manual. So in terms of parking being sufficient, that would more or less address that. The 2 visitor parking spaces is to address those chances when you do have visitors coming by that, you know, in some cases, people might only have 1 vehicle. So you might have a visitor that could take advantage of a 2-car garage and park within that facility, that house as well when they're visiting somebody. In terms of deliveries, there is enough swing space for a truck to come in and also to come out as well. I believe we did run, Avon, I believe that was looked at as well in terms of auto turn and whatnot within the site. So the Amazon trucks would be able to get in and then go into the end and back out to be able to facilitate deliveries. It also depends on what those vehicles do as well. As a lot of times in these properties, you know, even with the U.S. Postal Service, when they do deliveries, a lot of times they will literally stop at the curb and do the drop off and make their way as they go through as well.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, question on winter conditions, snow removal, since this needs to be a bit of a cul-de-sac. And you have a fence, which of course you don't want to damage with neighbors, and you have some plantings there. I'm just wondering what the thinking is regarding efficient snow removal.
I mean, usually what we do on a site like this is when condo documents are prepared, we'll have rules and regulations that will be promulgated, that'll be part of the condominium documents. And usually what the association will do is provide for snow removal, that to the extent that it can't be pushed to the side in a large snowfall, that the snow be removed.
When I think about this, Commissioner Chris, again, push to the side, there's really no side to push,
That's
frankly.
my point, so that it would have to be, it has to go somewhere, so it would be removed from site.
Okay, thank you.
Just so I understand what you said, like an Amazon truck or a delivery truck would come in the driveway and then back all the way out the driveway, or back into the last driveway area and turn around and go out forward?
It would probably go towards the back and then maneuver its way out after making the delivery. And it all depends on where the delivery is. So if it's going to the front of the complex that's close to South Avenue, there's a chance that the truck might not go in and make
I
the
understand. I
delivery.
guess I'm just asking, is it anticipated the delivery truck is going to back out onto South Avenue, or it's going to come out front facing if it goes into down that driveway?
No, I'm assuming that they would be able to make the maneuver, the 3-point turn and back up. Yeah, we definitely don't want trucks backing out onto
I
South
don't want
Avenue.
either, so that's why
And it would also not be prudent for the trucks to be backing into the driveway from South Avenue as well to try to make a delivery.
Yeah, question, Sarah, in our regulations for multifamily dwelling units, since this is the apartment zone, we call for 2 spaces per unit, which we're satisfying here, but there's no specific regulation for visitor parking. Is that correct?
There is no specific regulation.
Hmm.
And in previous approvals, I think at the 6 Downriver application you approved a few months ago, garage spaces were sufficient to meet the parking requirement. So having a 2-car garage does meet the
No,
2.
yeah, that definitely meets it. Just given that there's no street parking here, it is Main Street. I'm sorry, it is out South Avenue, and 2 visitor parking seems light for 4 units.
This is Commissioner Knowles. I have a comment and a recommendation, but I just want to make sure, are you done with your presentation, or do you still have more to get through?
I think I neglected to mention earlier that Mr. Sillo had been contacted or spoke with Mr. Trulio, who lives on Church Street, not exactly to the side, to the southerly side, but down one property, 2-family property, and he voiced no objection and support for the application as well. I neglected to mention that up front, but I think we've pretty much submitted our application at this point and can answer further questions.
Okay, great, thank you. I just wanted to say, to lead off, I think the design is very nice. I think it's well thought out. But I cannot support the text amendment as it's currently proposed. That, you know, creates a special permit that you're seeking. I think, you know, I think council has made it in his perspective clear that this is a planning exercise, but I, you know, based on the study of, you know, the particularity that you've phrased the text amendment with respect to the removal of a non-conforming commercial use on a non-conforming wide lot in the apartment zone, you know, requiring a one of several landscape buffers to be removed, you know, reducing certain dimensions and size for recreation space. It seems as though it's very narrowly tailored, and I think you backed it up to very few sites, two, right? There's almost, yeah, there's one other site that could actually take advantage of this text amendment, and then it's, you know, closed forever. And how you spoke about it earlier with hardship and uniqueness of the site and, you know, the non-conforming use of the commercial use, which I'm again a little skeptical because it was a self-created hardship that, you know, the prior owner actually sought a variance for. But I'm skeptical of the commission approving such a narrowly tailored approval in terms of a text amendment, because what's to say that another owner comes in 6 months from now and has a lot that, you know, is too small or needs, you know, setback relief or needs front yard relief or needs some other dimensional relief and is asking us to write an entirely new special permit just for that project, right? And so I'm concerned from a land use rationale perspective about approving a text amendment that is so site specific. That being said, you know, I think there are ways that I think as a commission we can, and this is kind of my recommendation, that we could approve something like this. Because really what you're asking for is 4 units that are permitted by the density regulations, but in order to get those units, you need zoning relief. And, you know, it seems as though the town is not really getting anything in giving that zoning relief, right? There's really no benefit to, you know, kind of the ultimate goals. I don't see it as a benefit to some of the things outlined in the POCD. And one thing that comes to mind is the need for affordable housing in our town. You know, there are many ways to do it. There are, you know, we just got the moratoria for 4 years, which is great, but in 4 years we'll be up again and we're going to need the points. We're going to need the, you know, units in whatever fashion they are to do it. And I think that the waivers that you may need here, I think it could be possible to seek more. And I think I would personally be okay with it, seeking something along the lines of even a unit per density reduction if it resulted in an additional affordable unit. And I think that's something in terms of how you draft this text. And I would, you know, propose that the applicant go back and look at potentially modifying their text amendment to, you know, come up with a larger menu of zoning relief that we could provide if in fact it resulted in, you know, the compliance with the inclusionary housing policy of town. Because as it's currently written, it seems as though you're asking for site-specific relief to get an additional 2 units that you could not otherwise get without the site-specific landscaping and recreation relief. And I don't know if the board or the commission wants to be in the business of drafting and creating new special permits every time somebody comes in and says, hey, I have a weird condition with my site. It's too narrow, it's too wide, it's, you know, it's the grade is too, you know, the slope is too difficult to build something, and I need a special permit. So my recommendation would be to keep this application open, to not close it if the applicant so chooses, and to come back with a potentially broader special permit proposal where they could seek more relief, something more scalable to more sites in the apartment zone and not just one site. And particularly if you are, seeking to utilize these additional waivers, that it results in an affordable housing unit. Because without it, I don't see the justification in creating two very site-specific zoning waivers here just to get an additional building. If you were coming for a special permit, I think as Commissioner Nag noted, without asking for the relief, then it's a different story. But, in tandem with the zoning relief, the text amendment in tandem with the special permit, is a tough pill to swallow, because I don't see the town as really getting anything holistically beneficial or replicable in terms of the use of this special permit.
Sure. Well, I don't disagree with you in a couple of points you made. One is that on density, there's nothing here that is giving any relief or any ability to increase the density on the site. We comply with density. So the 4 units are allowed by the size of the lot. What we've asked is that you take a look at your apartment zone regulation and discern whether the way that it's written with the geometrical box description of the recreational area in the buffer area makes sense, and whether a more flexible ability to look at that requirement might make sense, and whether it makes sense on this property. So we gave you one sketch that showed really a large amount of recreational area behind each of the units. But because of the narrowness of the lot, we couldn't fit the geometrical shape there. But it still results in the same result at the end, which is providing some recreational area behind each of the units. Actually, more so than what the regulation would require, just in a different form, this sketch here. So that's why we think it's a planning tool to look at. Now, it didn't even occur to us to try to draft a regulation that was more expansive. And we could have looked at an overlay zone, that you could have done many more things in the apartment zone. We didn't think that that would be received well, by the commission. That's why we thought that as a planning tool, if you look at the apartment zone and what makes sense for recreational areas in the buffer question, and also take into account that in many respects, we're making the property more conforming. There's an area in the back that there was an encroachment that's being removed. The non-conforming use is being removed. It really wasn't a self-created hardship. It was a request, as I recall, from the variance application that the Mowries made back in 1987, I believe, and they sought a use variance. And in those days, the ZBA would grant those type of variances. So it was done with permission of the ZBA. That's why we thought this approach would make sense. Now, the commission does have an inclusionary zoning regulation that was drafted a few years back. It's been used a few times on some applications, one on Bird Street, that project that you approved, but that was a much larger site. I think if we went in your direction, Mr. Knowles, I think what we would be doing was drafting a reg that would allow, 4 stories, 50 feet, an apartment type of building. And in my opinion, I don't think that this is what would make sense on this part of South Avenue. So that's why we didn't go in that direction, and why we tried to tailor it for the apartment zone and what we think is really an antiquated way to look at recreational area.
And I think I understand you on those 2 points. I think in terms of the text amendment, specifically because of the narrowness of it, I would encourage the commission to move away from drafting such narrow special permits that can be only used unless there's some superseding townwide, objective that it's seeking. But, unless you are a site that is similarly situated to you, which there seems to be only one.
There's 2, but I thought that probably only one would be one that you might be focusing on. And again, what it does is it simply gives the vernacular, it gives the language to an applicant to say, here, I have a lot that meets all the criteria, but because of an anomaly with the way our lot is, we would seek some relief, but you would still go through the same process that you're doing tonight on our application. You look at the neighboring properties, you look at the effect on values, you look at the density, you look to see if it fit in with the neighborhood, the effect on property values, all the usual criteria that you look at when you're looking at a zoning application. So this really isn't that unusual. You have these type of provisions throughout your subdivision regulations where you can very open space based on finding of different criteria. We did not make this a special permit type of decision because there's some question whether that's a good way to approach planning. So we simply made it a list of criteria that you have to make findings on. And from my reading of all the case law, that's certainly permitted. All the cases that have been decided since the McKenzie decision say that so long as the commission has a set of criteria, a set of standards that a reasonable taxpayer, a reasonable citizen can look at and understand what those criteria are, that they'll be upheld. And all the subsequent cases have been upheld. So I think we're on solid legal footing with the way we're approaching this. It's really a question of approach and whether you agree with us that the way the apartment zone regulation is drafted now really doesn't work. And it certainly doesn't work on the site. And that's why we're asking you to take a look at it.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, please, Mr. Chair.
And why couldn't a special permit approach work?
I think when I was speaking with Ms. Carey, the question about whether to make the additional criteria special permit might not be the favorable way to do it. Now, we've done that before. I think I'm trying to think of another application we had, or maybe the Historical Society. I think we did that where you were allowed to look, you gave yourself the permission to look at coverage under a certain set of criteria. But we did that by way of a special permit. And we certainly could do that, but we didn't do that here because I think from speaking with Ms. Carey, from a planning function, it was better to set it as simply as criteria. We're not adverse to that. That was our thinking behind it.
You know, in speaking with the town attorney on previous applications, they've recommended that we move away from the Historical Society type items where you exempt coverage and other dimensional standards via special permit, just because it's the request. So my recommendation when they reached out about this text amendment was that you make it narrow because, you know, typically in previous decisions that the commission has made with text amendments, you've leaned towards being conservative and wanting very few parcels impacted by your text changes. And I recommended that they try to steer clear of that special permit versus variance gray area.
I mean, what the cases teach us is that if a commission is acting ultra vires and simply saying this makes sense or this doesn't make sense, we like this, we don't like this, well, then it becomes arbitrary. So that's why what the case law says is that as long as you have criteria that a reasonable person can look at those criteria and determine whether, you know, a reasonable decision can be made whether we comply with those, that's sufficient under the law. And I think that's what the case law says.
I'm still concerned of the precedent that sets that you know, and particularly again the not going through a variance process is concerning to me because of the rationale behind drafting this as a special permit. That's one consideration.
I mean, we thought
because of the
about
hardship that you've and you've mentioned hardship, you mentioned challenges, you mentioned non-conforming size of the lot, which all to me scream of going toward and seeking a site-specific variance because of these hardships and getting the relief that you need. And the alternative is I don't know if this commission wants it to be in the business of drafting text every time somebody says, well, it might be too difficult to go get a variance. So let's go to the planning commission and let's write specifically the criteria that we get what we want on this site. I'm in favor of the project. I think it's good. I think it's a good plan. I would encourage you to, you know, look at the potential for even greater density if it results in affordable housing, because like any town, we need a more affordable housing and mixed income in addition to large, you know, the acquisition of large sites for affordable housing. But I just think from a technical perspective, I'm concerned about the precedent this sets where somebody else could come in 6 months and write criteria specific for their site and then our zoning, you know, code is chock full of site-specific, you know, criteria that applies to 1 or 2 sites and nothing more.
So Eric, I hear you, and I mean, you're preaching to the choir right now. I've been saying this for 7 years that I've been on this commission. But I will tell you also, if you read our zoning ordinance, it's filled with site-specific text amendments that have been made. I mean, this is repeating the same pattern. So this doesn't set a precedent. This is continuing the precedent. Now, whether we want to change that is a different conversation, but I wouldn't worry about letting the cat out of the bag. The cat's been out of the bag for a long time.
I have a question for Commissioner Chris for Ms. Carey. Would this qualify or be characterized as middle housing under the new rule?
I would have to verify that with the town attorney, and we would really have to vet that. I don't know if because it's detached, it does not count. So what you're getting at, I don't have an answer. And it would involve a lot of conversations with the attorney about whether that would get us few points, is I assume what you're alluding
Yeah,
to.
just for
And
the record.
I really don't know at this time.
The reason I pose this for the record for those who don't know is that under a new state law, HB, I can't remember the quote of it, the number. And it was a new state law that says if you allow so-called middle housing, which is defined as 3 to 5, I believe.
Actually, I just realized this would not count because
Wouldn't?
this is not permitted as of right. This is requiring a special permit. So
As of right, okay.
So nothing built in the apartment zone would ever qualify because right now it's all via special permit, not as of right. So
Okay, has to be as of right, okay. But if we were to make something like this as of right, just as it would qualify that, and then we would get some points towards a renewal of our moratorium under 830G. Okay, I'm just trying to think about how to frame things going forward. So I don't think it's specific to this, but I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
So Mr. Sweeney, I'd be remiss to ask you, because I know you wear different hats in other situations, about housing affordability on this. Obviously, you've not said anything. I'm assuming these are not state, mandated. None of these are going to meet the 80%.
That's correct. It'd all be market units.
In your documentation, you talk about conformance with the POCD and providing a diversity of housing. And I do see that. I'm just wondering, what is the price point or the SMI level we're looking at? I'm assuming these are going to be pretty pricey, is my point.
They're 2,600 square foot units, and I live in town and I see what units are going for. And every time I'm shocked, following week, I'm shocked again with what I see. So yes, there'll be comparable expensive units to what we see in the market now.
And I mean, you also then are aware that every time we add more non-affordable units, we're increasing the denominator of the equation that creates us to have more affordable units.
That's true.
To
Now,
ever
if-
get to 10%.
I mean, if the commission was looking to modify the apartment zone somewhere along the lines that, Mr. Knowles was suggesting, I mean, you certainly could consider that. You could, your inclusionary zoning, you can go up to 50 feet?
Oh, the height, yeah.
Parking regulations are thrown out the window, and density is increased. You also have a buy down provision, in the inclusionary zone. You certainly could look at that in the apartment zone. Frankly, we didn't think of playing that type of grand scale of an application. We meet all the criteria. We meet the density. This would be a pretty straightforward application, except for the way that the buffer is interpreted under the existing regulation. And that's why we're asking you to take a look at it. I mean, what we also tried to look at too is purpose of zoning is to bring properties more into conformance with the zone that it's in. So that's if a variance was granted on the property, then the commercial use could still remain, potentially. So what we tried to do is think of an approach where we brought the property more into conformance. And in the totality of the circumstances, it's more in conformance than before, because except for the buffer question, non-conforming use has been removed and some other encroachments have been removed in the back of the property. So that's why we included that criteria that overall the property would be brought more in conformance to the zoning district. So we tried to look at a targeted approach and not, a touchdown pass that, maybe Mr. Knowles is thinking about. And certainly the commission could look at that, but we didn't think that that was something that, you'd be looking at doing on our little application.
This is Commissioner Chris. I mean, there are 3 units there now. You're looking for 4, so there's a net add of 1. That's my math. There are 3 units now on the property, so there's a net add of 1, which is an addition. I mean, the way it's designed, it seems like it's older couple of some means that wants to go from the big house to the smaller but not too small house, where it's a lot of the upkeep is being outsourced. There's a facility for an elevator. These remind me of it's the one I was at Maple, right by St. A's, those 6 units. It reminds me of that type of development where they are separate. There's no common wall. They are separate units. It strikes me as that sort of development, that sort of demographic you're targeting. And so it is, I think, probably call it elder friendly, for lack of a better term, which is certainly a thing. But it is not affordable housing by any reasonable definition, and you're not purporting
Absolutely
that
not.
it is.
I think what we'll see, I think what the market will be people living in, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 square foot homes with last kids off to college and want to stay in town as many of us would like to stay in a lovely town like this. And everyone wants to live in town now. This is going to be perfect. That's the market. I think that people will look to live here. But again, density, we comply with density. The lot is plenty big enough for the 4 units. So again, the only relief we're looking for is the buffer question.
Yeah, this is just Commissioner Knowles again. I just feel that this is a missed opportunity for us as a commission to think about ways that we can increase affordable housing. Because I think, again, to Commissioner Connaug's question earlier, with just the special permit, without the zoning relief, it sounded, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that there would be 3 units. So it would be a net 0, right? I think 3 units would be, is that correct? Would be.
No, the regulations permit a density of 4 units.
And you would be able to build 4 units?
Under the density requirement, yes.
But I guess physically, right? Without any of the waivers, you could build a
No,
now.
without the text change, no. Yeah, because we'd have the buffer questions. So what would be left of doing would be trying to reimagine the site and elevating the structure so that we put, I guess, parking underneath it perhaps, and go up another 10 feet or so, get the same number of units and try to dense pack them into sort of an apartment building type of look, probably more narrow, but longer on the site, max out coverage and try to build a small apartment building. I think what the designers and what we tried to do here was do something that was in conformance with the other condominiums that are on South Avenue, and with one in front and then a couple stacked behind, a few stacked behind it.
So if you were to do 3 units, could you satisfy the buffer requirement without a special permit or without a text change?
No, because it's the side yard. It's the recreational area behind each of the units.
Yeah, I understand.
It would be violated. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand that, but if you were to reduce the density of housing on it, if it was to stay at 3 units, that would give you more flexibility in terms of the positioning on the site to give you the ability to incorporate the buffer.
I don't think so. I think if you look at positioning where we are with our driveway on the northerly side, there's really no room there. And on the south side is where the recreational area issue pops up. I guess you could probably, try to design some kind of a cattle car type of unit, but it really wouldn't work. And I know my client wouldn't go forward with the project if you had to scale the house to something that was absurdly designed.
Commissioner, I mean, the issue here seems to be you got a skinny lot, and that boxes you in a literal sense of the term. So you either have what you have now is grandfathered. So either you have maybe a single family house, maybe you could get two and somehow organize that, or you simply go vertical on a skinny lot, which I know kind of doesn't just kind of necessarily sit well with me. I'd have to envision how that would look. Usually in skinny lots I found, or odd lots, there's some sort of give somewhere. In my experience, you know, the what the give is and where the give is varies from case to case, but
Skinny lot, this works. It's just because of the way the regulation works with the geometrical shape that has to be placed behind each unit, 10 feet set off in the back of the house. That's causing the difficulty that we sought to change the language and the buffer language in the reg. It's really, that's what we're targeted at. Because you look at the sketch that we put up before, maybe again, Dan, if the reg was written in a way that we've given you the ability to waive it, there's ample recreational area behind it. It's just because of the geometrical shape that we have to place there set off from the house that was causing the difficulty. So we think that given the fact that, as Ms. Carey mentions in her memo, this regulation really hasn't been looked at in a very long time. It makes sense to look at that targeted area. And we didn't think it would be prudent. And I hear what Mr. Knowles is saying. I respect what he's saying. I actually agree with you on the affordable housing issues. Have a particular interest in that. Having a grand change to the regulations under this application, it just didn't seem prudent to us.
It's Commissioner Cruz again. I know the Planning and Zoning Commission is planning in the next couple of years to have a more thorough review of our planning and zoning rules. And I understand Commissioner Knowles' concern, and I get it. I'm not sure this is the way to do it. This is the venue. I have every confidence that those types of matters are going to come up in volume during such a review, and I think that's probably a better venue to deal with this issue because there are a lot of variables in motion in that type of concept, and it's going to take, I think, a substantial amount of time and discussion in order to get it just right. I'm not sure this is really the venue to do it, in my opinion.
I think just to piggyback off what Commissioner Chris was saying, I agree. There are limits, and I don't want to force an applicant to come here and rewrite our zoning. But in this case, again, to your point, Commissioner Chris, to the skinniness of the lot, to the existing conditions that create kind of a unique hardship situation. I don't know if, the Planning Commission is charged with dealing with unique conditions that create a hardship that need to, have difficulty complying with the strict regulations of the zoning code. And the relief valve is not necessarily, in my opinion, technically a, draft your own criteria. There's a zoning board.
I mean, I wouldn't use the phrase hardship. I don't think that's vernacular maybe to use in this forum, Mr. Knowles. I think the better way is what is the best planning tool to use in the apartment zone. So I think, let's take your subdivision regulations, for example. You have open space requirements, and over time, what it has done, and many towns have done, is subtracted out maybe what you can use for open space. Maybe you can't use certain wetlands. Maybe you can't use certain slopes above a certain grade. And commissions have decided, we want open space. We want some flexibility how to use it, but maybe we'll waive it in this case because we're right next to a public park. And it doesn't make sense to require open space here where it's going to not be feasible for a 4-lot subdivision. This really is analogous to that. All we're asking is that the regulation be modified to give you the ability. You can still say yes or no, but when an application is presented where ample recreational space is provided, it actually in excess of what the regulation provides. Remember, the regulation only needs 200 square feet. We just can't fit the 200 square feet in the box that the regulation says. So what's the purpose of the reg? Is it to strictly comply with a regulation that might not make sense? Or is it the purpose of the reg actually provide for recreational space? And we're doing that. What this is doing is giving you the tool to say, now, if we couldn't, if because of either the shape of the lot or other improvements to the property, maybe the property was more dense, maybe somehow we could fit in a bigger unit, and we couldn't fit in this much recreational space behind each of the units, well, maybe you say no. Maybe you say no, that doesn't make sense. We think that you should have more space behind the units. You still have the ability to say yes or no. But we think here, this is actually a better plan than having a 200 square foot box.
This is Commissioner Chris again, the issue of hardship, that's a very specific legal term. I remember when I was in ZBA, you know, it's, I have a completely non-conforming lot, half is ledge, half is wetland, another half is a pond. So you can't really do much. Where the physical features of the lot are such that it was that you cannot reasonably enjoy your property. You don't have that here. You can't do what it is you want to do. You're asking us to do, but it's perfectly able to use this property for in some reasonable way. So if you went to ZBA, I don't think they'd hear it, but that's me. You can try, but that's my guesstimate. And so it falls into us. And
it's a whole different world. And again, that's why I think it's a planning question. As you look at the reg, what's the evil to be prevented, and what are you trying to accomplish by different provisions that are in a certain zoning district? Here, I think the intent was to have some recreational area, you know, behind, you know, multifamily uses in the apartment zone, and we're providing that. We're simply saying that we can't put more ample recreational space into the definition as you have it in the reg now. So with a modification to the reg, all it does is give us the ability to present to you what we think is maybe a superior design. You say, yes, this makes sense, or no, it does not. But it obviates, it removes this technical strident requirement, which may or may not make sense. I think it doesn't make sense, but again, that's for you to decide.
But I guess one more question is, don't you think, to that argument, don't you think then we should do this as a holistic overhaul of the apartment zone regulations, as opposed to creating a specific criteria that is very narrowly tailored to two sites?
And that's something that we can, as Mr. Chris noted, we're planning to do as part of the zoning regulation amendments, and overhaul that's already on the agenda for the next couple of years. But I don't think tonight is the time to do that.
That was the point I was making, Mr. Chairman, too. I'm not sure this is the venue to have that discussion. So I very much look forward to that discussion. I think it's an important one.
Agreed.
I agree with Eric. It's rather narrow. I'm unhappy that it only applies to so few sites. We've had conversations about spot zoning in the past. None of us like it, but I do like Dan Radman's, Chairman's suggestion that we look at this more broadly in the next 2 years. I've been struggling with Eric's point and attorney's answer. And so I went back to the planner's memo. I've read it now 6 more times. I think Sarah Carey has done an excellent job of explaining to us why this is the right path, why this is the way we should tackle the problem. So Sarah, good job. You convinced me that our 1958 regulation, and which hasn't been updated since what, 1982, needs to allow for a different shape of that recreational area and some relief of the buffer.
I would concur with Commissioner Chris, concur with Commissioner Engels. Some of these rules are almost of archaeological interest. They're old, doesn't mean necessarily bad, but a lot has happened in housing choices, housing design, livability in the past decades. And you know, eventually a time comes to take a fresh look at it. The question I think we're facing, is this the time and the right means to do so, which is what I guess we're wrestling with, but the point itself is not unreasonable.
And I agree that it should be looked at. And I don't necessarily agree that we should, you know, at this point, if we're not going to look at it, right, if we're saying that that's a bridge too far, you know, why open up this 1958 regulation for 2 sites when we know potentially in 6 months, a year, we're going to overhaul this regulation completely.
Commissioner Chris, I mean, I realize we're going to be spending probably 2 or 3 years working on reviewing these regulations. At least it was last time we did it, I think. So knowing this commission, it's going to probably be at least 2 or 3 years. And I don't want to put everything on hold until that ends up and sort of freeze everything until 2027 or so, or 2028. That would not be in the best interest of the town of Buchanan, in my opinion. And so, you know, let's not make the best the enemy of the good, and that if you have something that's reasonable, perhaps you can do it now. Next time, you try to do a better job and improve it, you know, a never-ending process of trying to make things better, which I think is what we're about to embark on in a major way, which is appropriate and encouraging and right.
I think we're getting hung up on the 2-site argument. I'm not convinced that there are only 2 potential sites. There's only perhaps the attorney Sweeney has only found 2 sites, but I can think of other potential applicants, I think, that could come before us and ask for a different shape buffer. And as Sarah Carey points out, we would have the discretion to grant it. So it may not be limited to 2 sites.
Would that contain a
agree.
non-conforming commercial use? Mr. Engel?
He's on mute.
What was the question?
I mean, what we looked at was, again, instead of trying to, again, throw a long touchdown pass and try to rethink the whole apartment zone under our, I think, relatively, you know, benign application. We thought it was better to target it to this property and other similarly situated properties within the zone. So what we looked at was other, and of course, the purpose of zoning is to bring property into a more conforming status over time. So what our focus was on is that the fact that there's a commercial use on the property. We tried to look at other commercial uses in the apartment zone. The desire of the commission to bring properties more in conformance with the zoning district. And that's why we included the provision that there'd be removal of a non-conforming use. So those were the properties that we looked at. So that's why the ones that we found that also had the narrow lots and that met that criteria, it was fairly limited. Perfectly possible, but
No, you're right. When you add non-conforming commercial use, you get it a whole lot more narrow, and it could be down to a subset of 2. But if we didn't make it only applicable to non-conforming commercial use properties, but allowed ourselves to look at any property in the apartment zone that had dimensional challenges, but with respect to the buffer, then it's more broad. It's not spot zoning, and it might satisfy Eric's argument.
I don't see why the commission during deliberations couldn't remove that line about
Line D.
non-conforming or about commercial uses.
Yeah, I was
You
just
know,
looking at that.
You
Line
have
D,
the
which is-
authority to amend the regulation amendment that they've suggested. So it's not like you have to approve exactly what was proposed. You could edit that.
Line D from the text amendment. Such modifications will facilitate the elimination of a legally non-conforming commercial use. Take that line out, the rest of it remains, and then it applies to a much broader group of potential properties in town.
Yeah.
You know, I agree with you. I think that's why we had drafted it that way the first time. And that may have been a mistake on my part, that I was trying to divine, you know, what was going to be in your minds as to, you know, how you're going to look at this. But I have no issue with that. Actually, from a planning sense, it probably makes a lot more sense because it gives you the ability to, you know, really look at different parcels in the zone and make a determination whether something makes sense or not.
Commissioner Chris, I know in some cases we've defended non-conforming commercial uses. I think of you remember this, Mr. Reppin, we had the application regarding the Roger Sherman Inn, remember that? Or they wanted to put up, 8 houses, something like this, a little more spread out than this. And we said no. Roger Sherman's been around a long time and very old building. We decided to keep it. So again, you're making particular decisions regarding a very old town with some old uses in different areas. You have in Silvermine, you have a grocery store, and you have, others that are scattered around.
I think I brought that application to you years back on at Silvermine Art Guild, where there was a condominium across the street, and the Art Guild was looking to expand, and they did a deal with the grocery store across the street and the lot, and the commission was very forward thinking in doing that, and it helped the Art Guild survive and thrive. I mean, every application is always site specific. So I mean, and on this property, you're looking at a very tired property, property that's non-conforming. The property's fine, but compared to some of the surrounding properties, I think it probably could use a little bit of an upgrade. I think that's fair to say. Another property, you might not think that use of this language would be appropriate. That's the discretion you have, and you have that discretion.
Commissioner Chris, again, I'm encouraged by the chairman's comments on removing the commercial property as a general rule. I'm in favor of that, all things being equal, and it certainly will improve traffic conditions because dentist or doctor's office, you got people coming in and out all the time. Here, that goes away. But I really don't see much of a need for it in this. At least if there is a need, it hasn't been demonstrated to me. Let me put it in that way. I'm unsure what it does for us. And would broaden it too. It becomes
And
less.
my concern of broadening it without getting something that supports, goals of the POCD is concerning. And then it's just to add more housing, right? The way it's written, such modifications facilitate the creation of additional housing. As Commissioner, Nielsen said earlier, going from 2 residential units to 4 residential units changes that denominator. And I'm fine with relief, and I'm fine with, more than just the landscape buffer and the recreational space, geometry. And I'm sure there's other ones that would make it a lot easier to build in the apartment zone. And I don't have a problem with that.